Hello everyone. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. I came home one evening, feeling the usual comfort of being in my own space. I had spent the entire day running errands, and I was ready to unwind. The sun had already set, casting a golden hue over the street as I parked my car in front of my house. As I approached the door, I noticed something strange. The front door, which I had left securely shut when I left, was slightly ajar. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Maybe I had forgotten to close it properly. But as I walked closer, I could see the faint sliver of light escaping from the gap. My heart rate began to quicken, a sense of unease slowly creeping in. Something didn't feel right, and my instincts told me that I needed to be cautious. I hesitated for a moment, standing in front of the door. The stillness around me seemed amplified, and the night air felt colder than it had just moments before. My hand reached for the handle, but I paused again, scanning the area. No movement, no sound, but the unease persisted, gnawing at me. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open slowly, every inch feeling like a decision that could change everything. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. It was the kind of silence that made every creak of the floorboards sound like thunder. I stepped inside cautiously, scanning the room. My eyes darted around, looking for anything out of place. The living room appeared to be in its usual state, with nothing amiss. Still, a feeling of discomfort lingered in the air, like something invisible was watching me. I moved toward the kitchen, my mind racing with thoughts of what could have happened. Had someone broken in? Was there a possibility that a burglar was still inside, hiding in some corner of the house? I turned the corner into the kitchen, my breath held tight in my chest. There was no one there, but my eyes immediately went to the counter where I always kept my wallet. To my shock, it was gone. I stared at the empty space, disbelief clouding my thoughts. I always left my wallet on the counter by the door, and now it was missing. The rest of the kitchen looked untouched, as if nothing else had been disturbed. But that one thing, the wallet, was gone, and it was the one item I never moved from its spot. I walked around the house in a daze, checking every room, every nook and cranny. The sense of violation was overwhelming. Nothing else seemed out of place, but my wallet was missing. I couldn't make sense of it. Who would have taken it? Was someone watching me, waiting for me to leave, and then slipping inside to take only that one thing? I made my way back to the front door, inspecting the lock. It looked undisturbed, as if it hadn't been tampered with at all. I tried to remember if I had locked it before I left, but the truth was, I couldn't be sure. I had been in a rush, distracted by a long list of errands. The door had closed behind me, but I couldn't remember if I had locked it. The whole situation felt surreal. Was I being paranoid, or had someone really been in my house? I took a moment to calm myself, trying to think logically. It was possible I had left the door ajar without realizing it, but the missing wallet made me doubt that explanation. Who would enter my home, take just my wallet, and leave everything else untouched? It didn't add up. I walked to the phone and dialed the number for the police. It felt strange, like I was overreacting, but I couldn't ignore the unsettling feeling in my gut. The operator answered quickly, and I explained what had happened. She listened patiently as I told her about the door, the missing wallet, and my growing sense of unease. She reassured me that someone would be sent to investigate, but the waiting was agonizing. While waiting for the police, I sat on the couch, trying to piece together what had happened. My mind kept circling back to the wallet. I wondered if I had simply forgotten to take it with me when I left, but deep down I knew that wasn't the case. I had placed it on the counter that morning before I left for my errands, and now it was gone. I kept thinking about the possibility of someone breaking in and taking only that specific item. As I waited, I noticed the smallest details around me, the way the light from the street lamp outside cast shadows on the walls, the sound of my own breathing filling the silence. Every creak in the floorboards, every shift in the air, seemed to amplify the tension I was feeling. It was as if the house itself had become a different place, a place that no longer felt like home. Finally, there was a knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat as I stood up to answer it. 2 officers stood outside, both wearing the familiar blue uniforms. They introduced themselves, and I explained the situation once again. They stepped inside, glancing around as they took in the scene. I showed them the front door, still slightly open, and they began their investigation. They asked questions about the layout of the house and whether anything else had been disturbed. I told them about the missing wallet, but I couldn't offer any explanation for the bizarre situation. The officers were calm, professional, but there was a part of me that felt like they were thinking I had somehow imagined it all. They didn't seem as alarmed as I was, which only added to my sense of confusion. The officers inspected the area carefully, checking the locks, the windows, and even the backyard. They didn't find any signs of forced entry. It was as if the door had simply been left open, and someone had walked in without leaving a trace. But how could that be? I was sure I had locked the door. It didn't make sense, and the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. After a thorough investigation, the officers told me they would file a report, but they didn't have much to go on. There was no sign of forced entry, and no witnesses had seen anything unusual. They suggested I contact Badtime to report the missing wallet and any potential fraudulent activity. They also advised me to change the locks as a precaution, just in case. The officers left, and I was once again alone in the house. The calmness that followed their departure only seemed to amplify the strange feeling that had settled in my chest. It was as if the entire experience had been a bad dream, yet it was all too real. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that I was missing something important. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside made me jump. I kept replaying the events in my mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. How could someone have entered my home without a trace? How could they have taken my wallet and left everything else untouched? It didn't add up. The next morning, I contacted my bank, freezing my accounts and ordering a new card. I couldn't help but feel a sense of violation, knowing that someone had access to my personal information. I thought about the missing wallet, the sense of intrusion, and wondered if the person who took it would ever be caught. I had no idea who they were or what their intentions had been. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was still out of place. I changed the locks on all the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. But despite my precautions, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. It was a paranoid feeling, but it was hard to ignore. The idea that someone had been inside my home, had taken something so personal, lingered like a shadow. I kept thinking back to that moment when I walked through the door and saw it slightly ajar. What if I hadn't noticed? What if the person had been waiting for me to leave again? The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if I had missed some critical clue, some piece of the puzzle that could explain everything. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with an answer. The weeks passed, but the unsettling feeling never really went away. I learned to live with it, but it was always there in the back of my mind. The door, the missing wallet, the strange sense of intrusion, it all haunted me in a way I couldn't fully explain. I kept my guard up, always double-checking the locks and being more cautious than I had ever been before. I never did find out who had taken my wallet or why, It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. I tried to move on, but the experience left a mark on me, one that I couldn't easily shake. Every time I walked through the door, I would glance at the counter, half expecting to see the wallet there, as though everything could somehow return to normal. But the reality was that something had changed, something I couldn't undo. The safety I once felt in my own home was gone, replaced by a wariness that would never fully fade. And as I continued with my life, I couldn't help but wonder who had been inside my house, what they had hoped to find, and why they had taken only my wallet. Story 2. It was an ordinary evening when my phone rang. The caller ID displayed my mother's name, and for a brief moment, I felt a strange sense of warmth wash over me. I hadn't heard from her in over a year since the funeral. She had passed unexpectedly, and the grief had been overwhelming. I hadn't quite come to terms with it. I'd kept her number in my contacts, unable to delete it, as if keeping it there would somehow keep her with me. I swiped to answer, thinking perhaps it was a sign or a reminder from her spirit, but I didn't expect what came next. "Hello?" I answered, trying to keep my voice steady, half expecting it to be some kind of strange, lingering echo of her voice. But it wasn't an echo. The voice that answered was distinctly her soft, warm, comforting, just as I remembered it. "Sweetheart, it's Mom," she said, her voice exactly the same as it had been before she passed. The very sound of it made my chest tighten with an odd mix of joy and fear. I felt an overwhelming rush of emotion, the kind that grips you when you hear something from someone you've lost, and for a brief moment, I allowed myself to believe that maybe it was her. Maybe this was just another strange phenomenon, something I couldn't explain, but that didn't matter. I wanted to believe it was real. "Mom? Is that really you?" I asked, my voice trembling. There was a long pause, a silence that felt like it stretched far too long. Then, the voice on the other end responded, but there was something wrong, something subtly off about it. "Of course, sweetheart. Why wouldn't it be?" she replied, but the words didn't feel like they should have. They were too calm, too perfect. I could feel the familiar comfort in her tone, but something about the response didn't match the warmth I used to know. There was a coldness hidden beneath it, a flatness that set my nerves on edge. I couldn't put my finger on what was wrong, but my heart began to race. I clutched the phone tighter, my mind spinning with confusion. "Mom, you're gone," I said, my voice cracking. The air around me felt suddenly too heavy. How could this be happening? This wasn't possible. I had stood by her grave not long ago, mourning her with family and friends. I had been there when they lowered her into the earth. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Could it be a prank? Could someone be messing with me? But the voice on the other end was too familiar, too real. "Sweetheart, don't worry about it," the voice said again, this time with a hint of impatience. "I'm still here, aren't I?" I froze. Those words, they were too precise, too unsettling. They didn't make sense. I wanted to hang up, but something kept me rooted to the spot, listening, trapped. "How is this even possible?" I whispered, half to myself, trying to wrap my mind around the situation. The voice on the other end laughed, but it wasn't my mother's laugh. It was off, too light, too sharp, lacking the warmth I remembered. "I'm always here," it said softly, almost soothingly, as though trying to convince me that nothing was amiss. But it wasn't right. It wasn't her. There was something wrong with the way she spoke. The familiar lilt in her voice, the one that I had heard 1,000 times, was gone. In its place was something hollow, a poor imitation of the person I had lost. My mind couldn't make sense of it. I was paralyzed, standing there, phone in hand, as the voice on the other end continued, saying things that sounded just like her. But the tone, there was something unsettling about it, something unnatural. "Where are you?" I asked, my voice trembling with fear. "Are you okay?" The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, as though considering its answer. "I'm fine, sweetheart," it replied, but I could hear the faintest distortion behind the words, like an echo or a shadow of something pretending to be her. "But I need you to listen carefully," the voice continued, its tone shifting, darkening slightly. "You need to be careful." A chill ran down my spine. This was no longer a comforting conversation. It felt like a warning. A sinister presence disguised as my mother. "I'm not who you think I am," the voice whispered, so quietly that I almost didn't catch it. My heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice rising now, a surge of panic flooding my chest. The response came, slow and deliberate. "I'm your mother," it said again, but this time the words felt hollow, like they were being pulled from a place that wasn't quite real. "I'm always with you," it added, but there was something wrong, something that made my skin crawl. It wasn't her. It wasn't my mother. But it sounded like her. It spoke like her. It moved like her in the way it carried the conversation. The more I tried to focus on the words, the more they felt distorted, slipping through my grasp. The call ended abruptly, the line going dead without warning. I was left standing there, holding the phone to my ear, still hearing the faintest echoes of her voice in the silence. I dropped the phone, feeling like I had just encountered something I couldn't explain. My pulse was racing, my breath shallow, as I tried to make sense of it. It was impossible. My mother had been dead for a year. There was no way this could have been her. I checked the call log again, and it showed the same number as it had before her number. My stomach twisted with a new sense of dread. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't dreamed it. I had spoken to her, or at least to something that sounded like her. But the way the voice changed, the strange tone, and the way it seemed to know exactly what to say, it wasn't her. I had no idea who or what I had just spoken to, but I knew one thing for sure: it wasn't my mother. I spent the next few hours in a daze trying to calm myself to understand what had happened. I told myself it was some sort of strange glitch, a freak accident, a mix-up in the phone system, or a scam call. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. It felt as though whatever had been on the other end of that line knew me, knew my emotions, my fears, my grief. It was like it was trying to deceive me, to make me believe in something that wasn't true. But the worst part was that I didn't know who had called me. Was it really my mother trying to reach out from the beyond? Or was it something else, something darker, pretending to be her? The phone didn't ring again that night, but I couldn't escape the unease that clung to me. I couldn't stop thinking about the voice, the way it had mimicked my mother perfectly, and yet it wasn't her. It was something else entirely. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice echoing in my mind, whispering, "I'm always with you." And I couldn't help but wonder, what had I just spoken to? And why had it called me? Story 3. I had always trusted my friend Nick. We had been close for years, and I never imagined there would be a reason not to. He was one of those friends who would do anything for you, always there when you needed help. So when my car broke down and I needed to get around, it felt like a no-brainer to borrow his. Nick offered me his car, saying I could use it for as long as I needed. I didn't think twice about it. Why would I? He was a good guy, and he had helped me out many times before. The first day I drove his car, everything felt normal. It was newer than mine, smoother to drive, and the seats were more comfortable. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. I drove around, ran errands, and took it on a few short trips. It wasn't until the next day, when I was getting ready to head out again, that something strange happened. I was adjusting the seat, and when my hand brushed along the edge, I felt something hard and small stuck to the fabric under the seat. At first, I thought it might be some sort of forgotten object, a pen or a piece of trash, but when I reached underneath, my fingers brushed against something unfamiliar. I pulled it out and held it in my hand, a small device, sleek and metallic, with a blinking light on it. It was a tracker, the kind you would use to track a car's location. My stomach twisted. Why was there a tracker in Nick's car? And why was it under the seat? I stared at the device, unsure of what to do next. The blinking light seemed almost too deliberate, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. I immediately felt a sense of dread wash over me. The thought that my every move might have been monitored without my knowledge sent a chill down my spine. I tried to stay calm and reason it out. Maybe it was for some legitimate purpose. Maybe Nick had put it there for his own peace of mind, to keep track of his car in case of theft or something. But that didn't explain why I had never been told about it. I could have easily been driving around, unaware that someone had been watching my every move. There was only one way to find out for sure. I had to talk to Nick. I pulled out my phone and sent him a text, trying to sound casual. "Hey, quick question, did you put a tracker under the seat of your car?" I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I needed an answer. I waited for his reply, my mind racing with questions. What if he didn't respond? What if he had been the one tracking me? My phone buzzed a few minutes later, and when I saw the message, my heart sank. Nick's reply was short but unsettling. "It's not a tracker. Don't worry about it." I read the message over and over, trying to decipher it. His response didn't make me feel reassured. In fact, it only made me feel more suspicious. Why would he be so quick to dismiss it? Why didn't he offer an explanation or ask me what I had found? I stared at my phone, unsure of what to do next. I could feel my nerves getting the best of me. If it wasn't a tracker, what was it? And why had he said, "Don't worry about it"? That sounded more like something someone would say if they were trying to cover something up. I thought about calling him to get a clearer explanation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being lied to. The longer I stared at the blinking device in my hand, the more I felt like there was something I wasn't being told. Something was off, and I couldn't ignore it. I needed answers, but I wasn't sure if Nick was the one I should be asking. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I went to the car dealership where Nick had bought the car, hoping to find some answers. The dealership was a few miles away, and the thought of walking in there to ask about a mysterious tracker made my stomach turn. But I had to know. I asked to speak with someone who had sold him the car. When the salesperson came out, I told him my situation and showed him the tracker I had found. At first, the salesperson seemed puzzled. He stared at the device for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Then his face went pale. "This isn't something we would install in any of our cars," he said quietly. "Are you sure it's from the car you borrowed?" My heart sank. His reaction didn't make me feel any better. I nodded, and he took the tracker to the back of the store to inspect it more closely. I waited anxiously, pacing back and forth. What did he mean by that? Why was he so unsettled? Finally, he returned, his face grim. "I don't know who put this in there," he said, "but I can tell you one thing, it wasn't us." I tried to wrap my head around his words, but the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. This wasn't just some random device. Someone had intentionally placed it there, and they had been tracking the car and my movements without my knowledge. I left the dealership, my mind in turmoil. It wasn't until I was back home, sitting on my couch, that I realized something even more unsettling. The tracker had my address on it. It was a small engraving, barely noticeable at first, but it was there. 1234 Elm Street was etched into the metal of the device. My heart dropped into my stomach. How could this tracker have my address on it? Had someone been following me all this time? Had Nick been involved, or was he in on it? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The fact that someone had been tracking my movements without my consent left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how dangerous this could be. The person who had done this could be anyone, someone I knew, or a complete stranger. I couldn't take this lightly. I needed to confront Nick. I had to get to the bottom of this, no matter how uncomfortable or awkward it might be. But when I tried to call him, there was no answer. I left a message telling him I needed to talk. I kept my voice steady, but inside I was terrified of what I might discover. As the night stretched on, I kept checking my phone, waiting for a response. The uncertainty gnawed at me. Was Nick involved? Was this some kind of sick joke? Or had something much darker been happening that I didn't know about? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I might not have the answers I wanted, but I was getting closer to a truth that I wasn't sure I was ready to hear. The tracker was still in my hand, blinking its steady, insistent light. It felt like a ticking clock, counting down to something I wasn't prepared for. The more I stared at it, the more I realized I had been living in the dark for far too long. And now, the truth was starting to reveal itself in a way I couldn't ignore. Story 4. It started subtly. I'd come home from work, feeling the familiar calm wash over me as I unlocked the front gate. Each time I'd step inside, I noticed it slightly ajar, just a crack more than I remembered leaving it. At first, I thought it was just a breeze, or maybe I had been distracted and hadn't fully closed it when I left in the morning. But it kept happening. Every single day the gate would be left open, and I knew for sure that I had locked it securely before leaving. No one else had a key to my house, so who was doing this? The thought unsettled me, but I tried to push it aside. I convinced myself that it was just a coincidence, that maybe the wind was strong enough to nudge the gate open, or maybe it was the latch that wasn't catching properly. But then it started happening at night. One evening I arrived home late, and the moment I stepped out of my car, I saw the gate was wide open. I had just locked it an hour earlier. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I walked toward the gate, my mind racing. No one else had a key, at least. That's what I thought. But the more I thought about it, the more the situation started to feel intentional. Someone had to be coming into my yard, but how? I decided to set up a camera near the gate the next day, hoping to catch whoever was behind it. I didn't expect much. Maybe I'd catch a glimpse of an animal or a neighbor passing by. But when I reviewed the footage that night, I froze. The camera showed nothing unusual at first, but then I saw it. Just after midnight, a shadow moved across the frame. The gate swung open slowly, and a figure stepped into the yard. It was too dark to make out details, but the person didn't seem to be in a hurry. They lingered by the gate for a moment, almost as if they were waiting for something or someone. Then, just as quietly, they slipped away. The gate was left wide open. I felt my stomach drop. Whoever this was, they were doing it intentionally. It wasn't just a random act. This was someone who knew my schedule, someone who was watching me. They knew exactly when I wasn't home, and now they were making their presence known. I couldn't stop thinking about the last part of the video, the figure lingering by the gate. Why hadn't they just closed it? Why did they wait? I called a locksmith the next day, even though I was fairly certain I hadn't misplaced the key. I needed to know that my house was secure. The locksmith checked the lock and the gate and assured me that it was all in working order. There were no signs of tampering, nothing that suggested someone had picked the lock or gained access that way. I kept the new key in a safe place, but still, every evening I would come home to find the gate slightly open. It was like a silent message, a signal that someone had been there. But the real question lingered: what did they want? After a few weeks of this happening, I started to notice other strange occurrences. Small things, nothing too alarming at first. My mailbox would sometimes be opened slightly, as though someone had been rifling through it. My garden tools would be moved around, or I'd find the same set of footprints in the yard, leading up to the gate but never away. It was as though someone was getting closer, watching me more and more. But no one had a key. No one else should even know what was happening. My home was supposed to be my safe place, but I was beginning to feel like it had been breached, like someone was inside my personal space, leaving behind these quiet, unsettling signs. I started locking everything, every door, every window, and even installed an extra lock on the gate. But still, every night, without fail, the gate was found open. The camera footage had caught nothing after that first night, and I had become paranoid. Was someone slipping in and out unnoticed? Or was I just imagining it? But how could I ignore the overwhelming certainty that someone was there? The sense of being watched, of being tracked, never left me. I asked my neighbors if they had seen anything unusual, but none of them had. I told them about the open gate, the strange figure, but they all looked at me like I was overreacting. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I was in danger. One night I decided to stay up late and keep watch, hoping to catch the intruder in the act. I sat quietly by the window, watching the gate, the darkness stretching in front of me. Hours passed, and nothing happened. Just as I was about to give up, I saw a shadow crossing the yard. Someone was there again. This time I wasn't going to let them slip away. I rushed to the front door and swung it open just in time to see the figure retreating into the shadows, disappearing into the dark trees at the edge of my property. I called out, demanding to know who they were, but the person didn't stop. They were quick, moving with purpose, vanishing into the night. I grabbed my phone and called the police. By the time they arrived, the figure was long gone, and there was no trace left behind. They checked the area but found nothing unusual. They couldn't offer any real explanation other than to say it might be someone playing a prank, but I knew better. This wasn't a prank. This was something deliberate. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, couldn't shake the feeling that someone was always lurking just out of sight. But despite everything, the gate continued to be left open. No matter how many times I locked it, no matter how many precautions I took, it kept happening. And with each passing day, the questions mounted. Why? What did they want? What was the point of all this? The worst part was the feeling of being trapped. My house wasn't safe anymore. It was being violated by someone who knew my every move. And worse, I still had no idea who they were. It felt like I was being toyed with, like they were watching me, waiting for me to crack. The gate remained open, a symbol of something darker at play, and I couldn't escape the creeping dread that I was being pulled into something I wasn't ready to face. Story 5. It was a typical Saturday afternoon when I decided to spend a few hours browsing the local thrift store. I loved hunting for hidden treasures, old books, vintage clothes, and quirky knickknacks that no one else seemed to want. That day, I was looking for a new book to read when I stumbled upon a small leather-bound journal tucked away on a shelf in the corner. It was nothing special at first glance, just an old notebook with faded pages and a simple clasp. But something about it caught my attention. It felt almost familiar. I picked it up, flipping through the pages, and noticed that it was filled with neat handwriting in ink that had started to fade with time. At first, I thought it was just the ramblings of someone long forgotten, maybe a collection of random thoughts or a diary from a past era. But as I read more, I started to realize that the entries were unnervingly specific. The first few pages described a life that felt oddly familiar, as though I had lived it myself. The writer spoke about waking up in the morning, feeling the warmth of the sun streaming through the window, and the exact coffee they had that day. I thought it was a coincidence at first, but the more I read, the more details seemed to line up with my own life. It was as if the journal was chronicling events I had experienced down to the smallest moments. The journal described things that only I would know, places I had visited recently, conversations I had with friends, even my favorite foods. It detailed a recent trip I had taken to a local park, mentioning a bench I had sat on and the exact book one was reading at the time. There was no way this could be a coincidence. The entries grew more specific as I turned the pages, describing things that had happened to me just hours before I had found the journal. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been following me, documenting my every move, even before I had come across the journal. My heart began to race, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. As I continued to read, the entries became more unsettling. They started to describe events that hadn't happened yet, but they were so specific that it was impossible to ignore. The journal predicted that I would run into an old acquaintance later that day, someone I hadn't seen in years. I had no idea how the writer could have known, but sure enough, as I left the thrift store and walked down the street, I bumped into this person exactly as described. They even mentioned what I would say in the conversation, and I found myself speaking the exact words the journal had written. It was as though the journal was guiding me, knowing my every move before I made it. The more I read, the more I became obsessed with it. I couldn't stop. Every new entry seemed to reveal more about my life, and the journal's predictions were becoming eerily accurate. It started to document my interactions with others, sometimes even predicting how I would react to certain situations. I couldn't help but wonder who was behind this, who had written this journal, and why it seemed to have such an intimate understanding of my life. Was it a bizarre coincidence, or was someone truly watching me, documenting my every step? One night, as I read the journal before bed, I came across an entry that made my blood run cold. The writer described an event that was supposed to happen the next day, a conversation I would have with a colleague at work. It was strange enough that the journal knew what I would say, but what truly terrified me was that it also described how I would feel in that moment, frustrated, anxious, and unsure. I had no idea why I would feel that way, but the journal seemed to know, down to the smallest detail. I closed the book and tried to shake off the feeling of unease, but the words stayed with me. The next day at work, I found myself in that exact conversation with my colleague. Everything the journal had predicted came true: my frustration, my anxiety, even the words I had spoken. It was as though the journal had somehow seen into my future. I began to question my own reality. Was I living in some kind of pre-written script, following the path laid out for me by someone else? Or was this just some twisted game, a way for someone to manipulate my every decision? I couldn't let go of the journal. Every moment I had free, I would read it, hoping to understand how this was happening. But the more I read, the more I realized that it wasn't just documenting my life, it was controlling it. The journal seemed to be pushing me towards certain decisions, encouraging me to make choices I otherwise wouldn't have. It was as if I was no longer in control of my own actions. I couldn't stop myself from following the entries, even when I knew they were leading me down a path I didn't want to take. Days turned into weeks, and the journal's predictions became even more precise. It started to describe my relationships with others, the way they would evolve over time. It knew when I would meet someone new, when I would have an argument with a friend, and when I would experience moments of joy or sorrow. It was as though the journal was documenting my entire life, from the very beginning to the very end. And the scariest part was that it wasn't just recording my life, it was shaping it. I tried to stop reading, but it was impossible. The journal had become an obsession. Each new entry pulled me deeper into its web, and I couldn't break free. I began to wonder if the journal was somehow connected to my past, to events I couldn't remember, or if it was some kind of twisted game played by a stranger who knew far too much about me. The further I got into the journal, the more I realized that there were gaps in my memory, moments I couldn't explain. It was as if the journal was filling in the blanks, telling me things I didn't even know about myself. One evening, as I reached the last few pages of the journal, I came across an entry that stopped me cold. It described an event that hadn't happened yet, but this time, it was different. The journal didn't just predict what would happen, it described the end. The final entry read, "This is the last time you will read these words. The journey will end soon, and you will have no choice but to follow the path laid before you." My hands trembled as I finished reading, and I realized that the journal was not just documenting my life, it was leading me to its conclusion. I had no idea what that meant, but I knew I couldn't escape it. I closed the journal, my heart racing, and stared at it in my hands. What had I gotten myself into? Who had written this journal, and why did it feel like my life was no longer my own? The answers seemed just out of reach, and I was left with more questions than ever before. The journal had become my reality, and I didn't know how much longer I could keep following its lead before it consumed me entirely. Was I living my life, or was I just a character in someone else's story? Story 6. It was just an ordinary Wednesday when I first noticed something strange. I had installed cameras around my house a few months ago for security reasons after a few break-ins had occurred in the neighborhood. I had never thought much of it. The cameras were just there for peace of mind, recording footage, mostly. Every so often I'd check the feed just to make sure everything was fine, but I hadn't needed to use them much. The house had always felt safe. But that day something made me check the footage again, even though nothing had seemed out of the ordinary. I just returned home from a long day at work and was feeling unusually tired. I went to my bedroom, collapsed into bed, and pulled the covers over my head. It was a typical night. I had no reason to expect anything unusual. But then my phone buzzed, and I glanced at it to see a notification from the security app. I assumed it was just a routine update, maybe a cat walking past one of the cameras outside. But when I opened the app, my heart skipped a beat. The notification showed footage from my bedroom camera, footage that was time-stamped just moments ago, around the time I had been lying in bed. I clicked on the video, half expecting to see nothing more than a glimpse of my bedroom at the usual angle. But when the footage started playing, I froze in place. Someone else was lying in my bed. Not just someone else, but a person who looked remarkably like me. Same hair, same build, same clothes. I could barely breathe, trying to make sense of it. The figure in the bed was sleeping, just as I had been moments before, and there was no sign of anyone entering or leaving the room. I replayed the footage, my mind spinning. Was I hallucinating? Had I left the door open and someone had snuck in? But no, I had locked all the doors when I came in. The footage clearly showed the person in the bed, and they looked so eerily similar to me that I couldn't bring myself to believe it. The figure didn't move, didn't stir. It was just a still, peaceful image of someone who was obviously asleep in my place. It was me, or at least, it looked like me. My stomach turned as I tried to think of an explanation. Maybe it was a glitch, some error in the camera system. I closed the app and immediately checked the security cameras again, thinking I could find something else that might explain it. But the living room camera and the hallway camera were clear. The house was empty. I didn't see anyone walking around or leaving the room. I even checked the footage from earlier in the day from before I'd come home, and everything looked completely normal. I went back to the footage of my bedroom. The figure was still there, motionless, lying in my bed. But then, something even stranger happened. As I watched, the figure shifted slightly. It didn't wake up, but I noticed a subtle change in posture, like it was adjusting itself to be more comfortable. I was paralyzed in place, staring at the screen, wondering if my eyes were deceiving me. Was this real? Was I dreaming? I grabbed my phone and tried calling my best friend, hoping for some kind of logical explanation. But when I went to call, I saw that the phone call icon had been opened on its own, like I had already tried to dial. My heart sank further. What was going on? Why was my phone acting like I had already been trying to reach someone? It felt like everything in my life had taken a turn, a sudden, inexplicable turn. I went downstairs to check the doors once again, making sure everything was locked. But something was nagging at me. Something about the footage didn't sit right. The person in my bed wasn't just lying there. They looked comfortable, as though they'd been there for hours. It was like they belonged there. I knew for a fact that I hadn't invited anyone over, and there had been no signs of a break-in. The windows were locked, and the door hadn't been tampered with. I had no idea who or what was in my bed. The only thing left to do was to confront it. I steeled myself, my hands shaking as I grabbed a flashlight and slowly ascended the stairs back to my bedroom. I had no idea what I was about to find, but I couldn't just sit and wonder anymore. The house felt too quiet, too still. I reached for the door handle and slowly twisted it open. The room was exactly as I had left it. My bed was neatly made, the sheets perfectly in place. There was no sign of anyone else in the room. I exhaled in relief, almost laughing at myself for being so paranoid. Maybe I had just imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had been too tired when I checked the footage. But as I turned to leave, I felt something cold against my skin, like someone had just brushed their hand across my shoulder. I spun around, but the room was empty. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I kept checking the footage every few hours, hoping for a clue, hoping to make sense of it. But the next morning, the footage was still there, except this time, it wasn't just a still image. It was a video. And the video showed the figure getting out of my bed, walking toward the camera, and then stopping, just inches away from the lens. The figure's face was blurry, obscured in a way that made my breath catch in my throat. It was as though someone had purposefully distorted the image, making it impossible to see their face clearly. But I could feel their presence, their eyes locked onto mine, even though I couldn't see them. I couldn't understand it. The figure in my bed wasn't me. It was a distorted, twisted version of me, a phantom that seemed to move with purpose, with intent. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who was this person, and how did they get into my house? And why did they look so much like me? It was as if they had come from the same place as me, had walked the same path, but somehow they didn't belong here. They were an intruder, and yet they knew my house better than I did. I couldn't shake the feeling that something dark was unfolding, something that went far beyond a simple break-in. My sense of safety, of security, had been shattered. I wasn't just dealing with an intruder, I was dealing with something else, something that wanted to be me. And every time I checked the footage, I couldn't help but wonder, was I still alone in my own home? Or was there someone else living here with me, someone who looked exactly like me but wasn't me at all? Story 7. It started innocuously enough. A faint, rhythmic tapping on the wall that I first assumed was just part of the usual noises in an old apartment building. At first, I thought it was the sound of pipes or maybe the neighbors moving furniture around. But it continued every night, at exactly the same time around 2 a.m. The tapping was quiet, soft, and almost imperceptible, like the tapping of fingers against the wall. It was just enough to catch my attention, but not loud enough to be a real disturbance. I began to notice the pattern. Every night, just when I was about to fall asleep, the tapping would start. It wasn't random or sporadic. It came in a steady, almost rhythmic series of taps, 3 soft taps, a brief pause, then 3 more. I'd listen to it for a few minutes before it would stop, but the odd thing was, no one else in the building seemed to hear it. I'd ask my neighbors if they noticed any strange noises, but they all looked at me like I was crazy. "What tapping?" one of them asked, a confused expression crossing their face. "You're probably hearing things," another one said with a chuckle. I tried to ignore it, but every night it continued, almost like it had a mind of its own. It would start just as I was drifting off to sleep, and no matter how many times I tried to tell myself it was nothing, it still felt unsettling. I even asked the building superintendent about it, but he just shrugged and said it was probably the pipes. "It's an old building," he said with a smile. "You'll get used to it." But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just the pipes. There was something deliberate about the way the tapping came in those specific intervals, like a message being sent in a secret code. After a week of the tapping, I started to become obsessed with it. I would lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to start. The rhythm would always be the same, but it didn't stop after just a few minutes anymore. Some nights the tapping would go on for hours, and I began to wonder if I was the only one who could hear it. It felt like the walls were closing in on me. I would try to get up and investigate, but by the time I would make it to the wall, the tapping would stop. It was as if it knew when I was near, only to go silent the moment I approached. I even tried to soundproof my room, thinking maybe it was a neighbor's pipes or something, but nothing changed. The tapping continued, night after night. I began to feel like I was losing my mind. The more I heard it, the more it consumed me. The sound was constant, always present in the background of my thoughts, a soft ticking clock that wouldn't let me rest. I started staying up late, trying to catch a glimpse of who or what was making the noise, but no one else seemed to notice. I couldn't help but wonder if it was all in my head, or if something was wrong with the building, something no one else wanted to acknowledge. Then one night, as I sat in bed listening to the tapping, something changed. It wasn't just the soft taps that I'd grown accustomed to. This time it felt different. The tapping was louder, sharper, and more urgent, almost as though it was trying to get my attention. I sat up, wide-eyed, listening carefully. I felt an icy chill spread through the room as the taps became faster and more frantic. It was as though the wall was alive, beating like a heart. My pulse quickened, and I stood up, walking cautiously towards the source of the noise. I pressed my ear against the wall, trying to make sense of it, but there was nothing there. For a moment, the tapping stopped completely. The silence was suffocating, and I stood frozen in place, heart pounding in my chest. Then, to my horror, I heard something that sent a wave of dread through me. A soft whisper from the other side of the wall. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. It sounded like a voice, but I couldn't make out the words. My breath caught in my throat as the whispers grew clearer. They were almost like an invitation to listen, to come closer. I stepped back from the wall, my hands shaking as I realized what was happening. Someone or something was trying to communicate with me from the other side. My mind raced as I thought about the history of the building. Had anyone ever lived in the apartment next to mine? Was there something in the walls, some kind of hidden passage or forgotten space where someone or something had been trapped for years? It didn't make sense. But the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that the tapping and the whispers weren't just noises. They were a message. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with figuring out what was going on. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think of anything else. I found myself standing at the wall, listening, trying to catch another whisper. Sometimes it was quiet, just the soft taps, but other times it was louder, as though something on the other side was getting frustrated, trying to reach me. I started to question my own sanity, wondering if I was just hearing things. But then I asked one of my neighbors again, just to see if I was the only one. "No, I don't hear anything," she replied nonchalantly, as though I was the crazy one. But the tapping didn't stop. It continued every night, sometimes growing louder, sometimes quieter, but always there. I was no longer sure if it was just a noise, a trick of the building, or something more sinister. The strange whispers in the wall never left my mind. I started researching the history of the building, trying to find some connection, anything that would explain why I was the only one hearing these things. But there was nothing, no strange incidents, no past tenants who had gone missing. It was as if the building had been built on a foundation of silence, hiding its secrets beneath layers of brick and plaster. Finally, one evening, after weeks of the tapping and whispering, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a hammer and began to tap at the wall, hoping to uncover the source. With each strike, my heart pounded louder in my chest. After a few minutes of hammering, I hit something solid. There was no hollow space, no hidden passage, just the concrete wall. I froze, suddenly feeling like a fool for believing in ghosts or some secret history that didn't exist. But then, just as I was about to stop, I heard the tapping again, softer this time. It was coming from inside the wall, like it had been waiting for me. That's when I realized the truth. It wasn't the building that was haunted. It was the space between the walls, and whatever was tapping had been waiting for me to listen. Story 8. 8. I had been at work for several hours, typing away at my desk and trying to catch up on the mountain of emails that had piled up over the past few days. It was a normal Tuesday afternoon, nothing unusual about it, until I reached for my notepad. I was about to jot down a quick reminder for a meeting, but when I opened the cover, my breath caught in my throat. Inside, there was a list. It wasn't something I had written or anything that made sense to me at first. The list wasn't just random notes or reminders, it was a detailed record of people I had spoken to over the past week, each name written down, followed by a timestamp and what appeared to be short notes about our interactions. At first, I thought it might be some sort of mix-up, like a list I had made for a project or something similar. But then I saw my own name at the top of the page, circled in bold, as if it was the starting point of the list. Underneath my name were names of people I knew, co-workers, friends, a few family members. The list didn't just have their names, it had specific notes about each conversation, including things I hadn't mentioned to anyone but the people involved. I started to read through it more closely, and the feeling of unease in my stomach grew. It listed the details of my lunch with Sarah from accounting, the phone call I had with my mom on Friday evening, even a brief chat with the delivery driver earlier that morning. There was no way I could have written this down. It was too precise, too detailed, as if someone had been following me. The more I read, the more my mind raced. How could anyone know all of this? How had they kept track of every interaction I had without me noticing? The dates and times listed were exact, down to the minute. It was like someone had been observing me in secret, recording my every move. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and I felt a sudden urge to look around my office. The room was empty, save for a few stray papers and the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. But the weight of the list in my hands felt heavy, as if it was a piece of evidence that something much larger and much darker was unfolding. I checked the date on the list. It was up to date, and there were no old notes from weeks ago. This had all been written in the past week, the same amount of time I had been juggling work, social events, and personal errands. My heart raced as I wondered if someone had been inside my office, going through my things without my knowledge, but the door to my office was always locked when I wasn't here. There was no way someone could have accessed it without leaving a trace. I began to search around, pulling open drawers and looking through files, but I found nothing that could explain the list. I thought back to the moments of my day, wondering if there was any indication that someone was watching me. Had I noticed anything out of place? Anyone standing too close, or perhaps a lingering presence I hadn't recognized before? But no, everything had seemed normal until now. I stared at the list again, trying to understand what it meant. Some of the notes were simple, like the time I'd spent talking to John from IT, while others were more intimate, like a note about a text message I had sent my best friend, Emily. I hadn't told anyone about that conversation, not even Emily, yet it was there, written down in black ink. The strange feeling in my chest intensified. I wasn't sure if I was more afraid of the idea that someone had been watching me, or the terrifying possibility that I was somehow losing my grip on reality. Maybe I had written the list myself in a sleep-deprived haze or during a moment of absent-mindedness. But that didn't explain the specificity of the entries, nor the fact that I didn't remember making the list at all. I needed to talk to someone, but I didn't even know where to start. How could I explain this to anyone? How could I tell them that someone had been tracking my every conversation, every meeting, every interaction? I tried to shake off the creeping panic, telling myself that I was overreacting. Maybe it was some kind of sick joke or a mix-up. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized there was no logical explanation. My mind raced with all the possibilities who could be doing this, and why. I stood up from my desk and walked to the window, trying to calm myself. The office building was quiet, the streets outside barely busy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me. somehow hacked my account was unsettling. I went online and started researching what I could do to protect myself, but nothing I read reassured me. It didn't explain how the withdrawal had occurred. That afternoon, I decided to contact the branch directly, hoping they might have security footage or some other clue. I called the number listed on the bank's website, but the person who answered was evasive, telling me that they couldn't share information about transactions over the phone. When I insisted, she told me I would have to file a formal request, which would take several business days. It was like they were hiding something, or they just didn't care. I felt a strange, growing sense of dread as I sat in my living room staring at the bank statement. The withdrawal had been made in person, the bank said. How had they managed to access my funds without a card or PIN? And who were they? I started looking through my recent activities, trying to find any clue, any trace that could lead me to an explanation. But the more I searched, the more the fear grew. I hadn't used my card anywhere recently that would have allowed someone to take my information. Days passed and I kept receiving updates from the bank. They had no answers. The withdrawal was still marked as valid, and no one could tell me how it had happened. The new card arrived in the mail, but it didn't help ease the tension. I felt trapped, like my privacy had been invaded in a way I couldn't undo. There was no sign of who had done it, no indication of how they'd gained access to my account, and it seemed like no one was taking it seriously. It wasn't until a week later, when I received a letter from the bank, that things took a more sinister turn. The letter was brief, stating that the investigation was still ongoing, but there was a new note. The branch in question has no records of the transaction matching your details. I reread that sentence several times, feeling a cold shiver run through me. If the transaction wasn't logged at the branch, then how could it have been made? It was like the withdrawal never happened, at least not in the way the bank was saying. A wave of unease washed over me as I realized that the more I dug into the situation, the less certain I became. The bank was telling me one thing, but the transaction seemed to defy any logical explanation. If it wasn't made at the branch, where did the money go? What if the transaction was being covered up, or worse? What if I was being targeted by someone with far more control over my life than I realized? The worst part was the feeling that this wasn't just about money. It was like the transaction was some sort of message, a warning. Whoever had done this knew where I lived, knew how to access my funds, and was leaving me with nothing but questions and a growing fear. I kept looking over the bank statement, over and over, each time hoping for a different answer, some piece of the puzzle that would make sense of the situation. But no matter how much I stared at the numbers, the realization settled deeper into my bones. I wasn't just a victim of identity theft. I was being watched. Story 3. I had just returned from my usual trip to the grocery store, bags in hand, ready to put away the few things I needed. As I unloaded the items, my eyes landed on the receipt nestled at the bottom of the bag. I always keep receipts for tracking expenses, so I reached for it, intending to add it to my collection. But when I glanced at the timestamp, something felt off. The receipt showed a timestamp of 3 p.m. I checked my watch, it was barely 5 p.m. I froze, staring at the numbers printed in front of me. 2 hours before I had even walked into the store. My heart began to race as I examined the receipt again, convinced there had to be some mistake. Maybe it was a glitch with the register or some sort of error with the time zone settings, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I replayed the events of the day in my head. I had left my house around 4:30 p.m., made the usual drive to the store, and hadn't been there longer than 30 minutes. There was no way I had shopped at 3 p.m., let alone bought these exact items. I had just picked up a few groceries, milk, eggs, bread, and some fruit. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the timestamp said otherwise. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. It was 5:05 p.m. Now I was starting to feel like I was losing my mind. I called the store, trying to get some clarity, but the clerk I spoke with just confirmed that the receipt had come from their register. They didn't have an explanation for the discrepancy. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. How could this receipt be time-stamped for 2 hours before I even went shopping? I hadn't bought anything earlier, I hadn't been at that store, and there was no way it could have been a mistake on my part. The whole situation made my skin crawl. I checked the receipt again, making sure it hadn't been swapped by mistake with another shopper's. But it clearly showed my name, my usual rewards number, and the specific items I'd picked up. I began to wonder if someone had been in the store before me, buying these items in my place. But no one had been with me, and I had checked out myself. No one else had touched my groceries, no one else had paid for them. That night I didn't sleep. The receipt haunted me, taunting me with its timestamp. I kept wondering if it was a sign, some kind of warning or clue. But to what? I thought about returning to the store the next day, asking if anyone had noticed anything strange, but I knew that would sound ridiculous. There was no explanation that would make sense, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was chasing shadows. The following day, I went back to the store to see if the same strange timestamp appeared on another receipt. But when I checked out, the time was completely normal, no odd discrepancies. The receipt was timestamped at the exact moment I made my purchase, just as it should have been. I left the store feeling more unsettled than ever, as if the previous day's events had somehow been a figment of my imagination. But then I checked the receipt again, the one from the day before, and I noticed something new, a faint smudge along the edge, almost like it had been handled recently. I hadn't noticed it before. The more I stared at it, the more it felt like it was beckoning me, like I had missed something critical. I still don't know what happened that day or how that receipt ended up in my bag, time-stamped for 2 hours before I went shopping. The store couldn't offer an explanation, and no one else seemed to think it was strange. But every time I look at that receipt, I feel the same tightness in my chest, the same nagging sense that something is wrong, something I can't explain, something that shouldn't have happened. Story 4. I had just settled into bed, the quiet of the night surrounding me, when my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I reached for it, half expecting a work-related message, or maybe a reminder about something I'd forgotten. Instead, I saw a text from an unknown number. My thumb hovered over the screen as I read the simple but chilling message, "I'm already inside." My heart skipped a beat. I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I had just read. It didn't make any sense. I lived alone, and no one should have been inside my apartment, especially not without me hearing anything. I hadn't seen anyone come in. I hadn't even heard footsteps, but the text was clear: I'm already inside. I glanced around the room, my pulse quickening. The apartment was small, only a living room, kitchen, and a bedroom. It wasn't big enough for someone to hide without me noticing, and yet, the words still sent a wave of panic crashing over me. I felt exposed, like I was being watched. I checked the locks on my bedroom door, though I already knew they were secure. But it was like the message had planted a seed of doubt in my mind, one I couldn't shake. I debated calling the police, but what could I tell them? That someone had sent me a vague text, and now I felt unsafe in my own home. They'd think I was overreacting. And yet, the sense of dread that had washed over me wasn't something I could ignore. I had to check. I slowly got out of bed, my footsteps quiet on the hardwood floor. My mind raced with all the possibilities. Had someone broken in? Was it some sick prank? The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. I crept through the living room, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow, trying to spot any sign of someone hiding. The lights in the apartment were dim, the only illumination coming from the small lamp I had left on. I turned on the kitchen light, shining it into every dark space, looking for any sign that someone might be here. Nothing. I checked the bathroom, the closets, even the cabinets. Every single space was empty. The apartment felt eerily still, too still. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator and the soft ticking of the clock on the wall, but nothing else. No sounds of movement, no hidden footsteps, just silence. But then my phone buzzed again. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The same unknown number. "I'm behind you." I spun around, my eyes wide, searching the room in a panic. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly backed away toward the kitchen. The apartment was still silent. Nothing had changed. No one was there. I checked the door to the apartment. Locked. I checked the windows, also locked. Everything was as it should be. But the messages kept coming, each one more unnerving than the last. "I see you. Don't turn around. Unti." I had no idea how the person knew I was alone, or how they had gotten inside, but something inside me snapped. I wasn't going to wait to find out what would happen next. I grabbed my keys and ran out the door, not caring if I was overreacting anymore. The elevator was too slow, and I didn't want to wait. I took the stairs, my feet pounding on the steps as I made my way to the ground floor, trying to ignore the buzzing panic in my chest. When I reached the front door of the building, I hesitated. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. But when I stepped outside into the night, I felt a bit of relief. The cool air hit my face, grounding me. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. But as I checked my phone again, my stomach sank. A new message had come through. "I'm still here, watching you." I stood frozen, staring at the screen. I wasn't sure whether to go back inside to call the police or to run far away. My mind was spinning and nothing made sense. It was like I was trapped in some nightmare, unable to wake up. I glanced back at the building, wondering if the person had followed me, or if they were still inside, just waiting for me to make the wrong move. I looked around, trying to spot anyone suspicious, but the street was empty. The only sound the distant hum of city traffic. I didn't know what to do. Should I go back inside? Was it safe? But I couldn't shake the feeling that the moment I stepped back into that apartment, I'd be walking straight into whatever was waiting for me. I kept the phone in my hand, my thumb hovering over the screen, debating whether I should reply or ignore it. The fear gnawing at me was almost suffocating, but I had to make a decision. I couldn't stay out here forever, but I didn't want to go back in and risk whatever was lurking inside. For a long moment, I just stood there, staring at the darkened doorway of my apartment building. My hands trembled as I typed a response. "Who are you?" I hit send. The reply came instantly. "Does it matter?" I felt a cold shiver run through me. Story 5. I had just returned from a meeting at work, still carrying the weight of a long, stressful day. The office was quiet as I walked through the corridors, the hum of computers and the murmur of distant conversations filling the space. I was lost in my thoughts, wondering how I was going to manage the tasks ahead when I walked past one of my colleagues, Sam. "Hey, it's good to see you, Sparky," Sam called out with a bright grin, clearly in a good mood. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart sinking. The nickname. Sparky, a name I hadn't heard in years, not since I was a kid. I turned to look at Sam, my mind struggling to process the fact that they had just used it so casually, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Sparky?" I asked, trying to sound casual though my voice faltered. "How do you?" "Oh, you know, just how it is," Sam replied, shrugging and walking away, still smiling. "You've always had that spark, right?" I stood there frozen, my stomach dropping. The name had been given to me by my older brother when we were little. I hadn't heard it in years, not since I left home to go to college. I hadn't shared it with anyone, not even close friends or colleagues. No one knew about it, not unless they were a part of my childhood. I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. How did Sam know about it? I'd never mentioned it, never once even thought about it until now. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't like Sam had heard it from someone else. They had used it so easily, so confidently, like they had been calling me that name for years. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just a coincidence, that maybe Sam had heard it from a family member or something. But as the day wore on, I found it harder to focus. Every time I crossed paths with Sam, I could feel their gaze on me, as if they were waiting for me to say something more. The nickname hovered in the back of my mind, gnawing at me. That night, I couldn't sleep. My thoughts kept circling back to Sam and the nickname. I tried to think of ways they could have known it, but nothing made sense. Had someone in my family mentioned it? Maybe my brother had slipped up and told someone. But even then, how could it have reached Sam? It wasn't like my family and my colleagues were connected in any way. The next morning, I decided to confront Sam. I walked up to them at the coffee machine, trying to keep my tone casual. "Hey Sam, about that nickname, how do you know about it?" Sam looked at me with a confused expression. "What do you mean? Sparky? I thought I heard it from you before. You said it was a nickname your parents used to call you." I felt the blood drain from my face. That was a lie. I had never told Sam that. I had never told anyone that. My parents had never used that nickname when I was older, not even in front of my friends. It wasn't something I had shared with anyone outside of my childhood. No, I've never said that," I replied, my voice shaky. "I've never mentioned it to anyone." Sam seemed to grow uncomfortable, shifting their weight from one foot to the other. "Oh well, maybe I don't know, heard it somewhere. I thought you had said it. My bad." I tried to laugh it off, but the unease in my chest only grew stronger. Sam seemed sincere enough, but the lie they had just told didn't sit right with me. How had they known that name? Who had told them? And why would they act like it was no big deal, like it was something I had openly shared when I hadn't? The rest of the day was a blur of tension. I couldn't concentrate on anything. Every time I saw Sam, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were hiding something. They weren't acting like they had made a simple mistake. They were acting like they knew something they shouldn't. The way they smiled at me, the way they kept looking over at me, made it feel like they were waiting for me to acknowledge something, to say something that would make sense of it all. That night, I took out my phone and checked through my old messages and social media accounts, hoping to find something, anything, that might explain how Sam knew about the nickname. But there was nothing. There were no mentions of Sparky, no old photos, no conversations that might have slipped through the cracks. I sat there, staring at the screen, growing more frustrated by the minute. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this wasn't just some random mix-up. Sam hadn't made a mistake. They knew something they shouldn't have. They knew a part of me that I had kept hidden, a part of my past that no one at work should have known about. The thought of it made my skin crawl. It wasn't just a nickname. It was a connection to a part of me that I had buried, a part of my childhood that I didn't want to revisit. And yet Sam had pulled it out, as if it were some simple, harmless thing, like they had been a part of that past all along. The next morning, I decided to keep my distance from Sam. I tried to act normal, to keep things professional, but the tension between us had shifted. I didn't know if Sam was toying with me or if they were simply oblivious to the unease they had caused, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were somehow watching me, waiting for me to react. As the day went on, I found myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to hear the nickname again, but it didn't come. Sam was quiet, as if they had forgotten about it entirely, but I couldn't forget. The mystery of how they knew about the nickname, how they had slipped into a part of my past that no one else had access to, kept gnawing at me. And no matter how many times I asked myself the question, the answer remained the same. I couldn't trust them. Story 6. A6. I woke up to the sudden shrill of my phone alarm. Groggy, I reached over to silence it, but something made me hesitate as I saw the screen. The label for the alarm wasn't anything familiar. There was a name I didn't recognize. It wasn't a name I had ever entered myself, not as a contact, not for a calendar event, nothing. It simply read, Darren. I stared at the phone, still half asleep. My fingers hovered over the screen. I tried to shake the fogginess from my mind. Who was Darren? I didn't know anyone by that name, at least not that I could recall. I couldn't even think of a reason why that name would be tied to my alarm. I quickly turned off the phone, dismissing the alarm, and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it was some glitch in the system, or a random name that had somehow attached itself to the alarm setting. But the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. My phone was something I kept organized. My alarms were labeled with things I recognized, like wake up, meeting, or pick up groceries. There was no Darren. I hadn't set any alarm under that name. I ran through the possibilities. Maybe someone had borrowed my phone recently, but I didn't remember lending it to anyone. Even then, why would they set an alarm under a name like that? The whole thing didn't make sense, but I tried to push it aside. It wasn't worth overthinking. I went on with my morning, though the name lingered in my mind, irritatingly persistent. The next day, the alarm went off again at the same time. This time, the name was still there, unchanged Darren. My heart skipped a beat as I picked up the phone, my mind racing. I checked my recent calls, messages, and contacts. Nothing. No Darren. There was no record of anyone with that name in my phone history. No unknown number had texted me or called recently. I had no connection to this person, and yet here they were, showing up in my life without warning. I tried to find the source. Maybe it was some kind of app or setting I had forgotten about, some random notification I had missed. I opened my alarm settings and searched through everything, but there was nothing. No Darren listed anywhere in the settings, no trace of why that name would show up in the label. I even searched for the name Darren in my contacts, messages, and notes, convinced there must be some explanation. But there was nothing. No one named Darren had ever been in my phone. That night, I set the alarm again, determined to figure this out. I made sure everything was as it should be, the label cleared, and no reminders attached. But when the alarm went off the next morning, the name was back, Darren. It was like someone had taken control of my phone, inserting that name back without me doing a thing. Panic started to settle in. I was starting to feel like I was losing control over my own device. How could this happen? How was this name attached to my phone without my doing? I even reset my phone, hoping that would clear any potential issues. But when the alarm rang the next day, the name was still there, as if mocking me. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I needed to know who Darren was. The name had become a ghost haunting my waking hours, a constant reminder of something I couldn't understand. I started to retrace my steps, going over conversations, people I'd met, places I'd been. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recall ever meeting or hearing about anyone named Darren. The situation only deepened my anxiety. I checked my phone's security settings to see if anyone had access to it remotely, but everything seemed locked down. Still, the feeling that something or someone was messing with me wouldn't go away. 2 weeks passed, and every morning, like clockwork, Darren showed up on my phone. No one ever responded to me when I tried texting the number. There were no clues. The more I searched, the less I found. Then, one evening, I received a text from an unknown number. I opened it cautiously, and there it was, a single line of text. "I told you I'd be watching." My heart pounded in my chest as I read the message over and over, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The name Darren wasn't a random glitch. It wasn't a coincidence. Whoever Darren was, they were real, and they were watching me in ways I couldn't yet understand. Story 7. I was walking home from the grocery store, the bags heavy in my arms, my mind consumed with the usual end-of-day thoughts: what to make for dinner, whether I'd get the laundry done. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm orange glow across the street. It was a peaceful evening, the kind where everything feels calm and safe, and you don't expect anything out of the ordinary. As I passed the small park near my house, a voice broke through the silence. It was soft, almost hesitant, yet clear enough to catch my attention. I turned, looking around for the source. A child no older than 8 or 9 stood at the edge of the sidewalk, staring at me with wide, curious eyes. She was alone, dressed in a little blue dress that seemed too nice for playing outside. Her hair was braided neatly, but there was something unsettling in her gaze. It wasn't just the innocent specs from a child, it was something else, something strange. She took a small step closer and asked, "Why are you pretending to be someone else?" I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The question caught me off guard. My mind raced to process it, but nothing seemed to make sense. What was she talking about? Pretending to be someone else? I wasn't pretending to be anyone. I was just me, walking home from the store. I glanced around, hoping to see a parent or someone nearby, but the street was empty. It was just me and the girl, standing in the fading light. "Excuse me," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you mean?" The child didn't flinch or look away. She simply stared at me, her expression almost too serious for her age. "You're pretending," she repeated, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "You're not who you say you are." My stomach churned. The more she spoke, the more I felt like the ground was shifting beneath my feet. I tried to laugh it off, tell myself it was just a kid being odd. But the weight of her words stuck with me, gnawing at my insides. What did she mean? Was I pretending? Who did she think I was? I looked down at myself, the grocery bag still in my hands, the simple clothes I wore, nothing out of the ordinary. I wasn't pretending to be anyone. I was just going about my day like I always did. The girl's eyes didn't waver. She stepped closer, her small hand reaching out slightly, like she was going to touch my sleeve. I took a step back, feeling an unfamiliar wave of unease settle in my chest. "Who do you think I am?" I asked, my voice trembling more than I intended. The question felt strange coming from me, but it was all I could think to say. The child didn't respond immediately. Instead, she tilted her head as if weighing something in her mind. And then, finally, she spoke again, her voice low and deliberate. "You're not her. You're pretending to be her." The words hit me like a punch. A sharp, icy feeling ran through my veins, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. I couldn't understand what she was saying. Who was I pretending to be? Who was her? I glanced down at the child again, her face unreadable, yet there was something in her eyes, something that made my skin crawl. I could feel my pulse quicken as the familiar warmth of the evening seemed to slip away, replaced by an oppressive weight. The girl turned and began walking away, her small footsteps echoing on the sidewalk. As she got farther, I found myself rooted to the spot, still trying to process what had just happened. She didn't look back, but as she disappeared around the corner, she muttered one last thing, just loud enough for me to hear. "You'll remember eventually." I stood there frozen as the last of the evening light faded. The grocery bags felt heavier in my hands, the weight of the conversation still heavy in my chest. What did she mean by that? I shook my head, trying to clear it, but the question gnawed at me. Was I pretending to be someone else? And if so, who? I slowly turned and made my way home, the world around me suddenly feeling unfamiliar, as if the ground had shifted beneath me while I wasn't looking. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that something was different, but I couldn't put my finger on it. When I got inside, I put the groceries away and tried to focus on something else. But no matter how much I tried to distract myself, the little girl's words lingered. "You're not her. You're pretending to be her." I couldn't stop thinking about it. My reflection in the mirror caught my eye, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I looked at myself, really looked. Who was I? What did I see? I felt a chill run through me, a sudden doubt creeping into my thoughts. Was I pretending to be someone else? Or was it just a child's strange comment, a weird thing to brush off? I still don't have an answer, but I can't seem to shake the question. Every time I pass a mirror, every time I glance at my reflection, I wonder if it's truly me staring back, or someone else entirely. Story 8. It was one of those mornings where everything felt off. I woke up late, rushed through my routine, and found myself running to catch the bus. The usual crowd filled the sidewalk as I hurried to work, clutching my coffee cup in one hand and my phone in the other, trying to make sure everything was in order. I was running on autopilot, barely noticing the world around me. But as I reached the corner of 5th and Main, something caught my attention. A voice that wasn't mine. I paused for a moment, looking around, confused. It wasn't someone talking to me, it was someone on the phone, standing close by. I didn't recognize the voice, but what caught my attention was the conversation they were having. They were speaking loudly, casually, but the words, they sent a chill down my spine. "She's wearing the navy blue jacket, the one with the zipper pocket on the left side," the stranger said, their voice cool and detached. "And the dark jeans, the ones with the frayed cuffs. She's just past the coffee shop on 5th, heading toward the bus stop. She'll be there in about 2 minutes." I froze. My mind raced, my heartbeat quickened, and the world around me seemed to blur for a moment. I stood still, trying to process what I was hearing. The person on the other end of the phone call didn't know me. They couldn't possibly. I didn't recognize their voice, but the details, every single one, were about me. My outfit, my location, the path I was taking. It felt like a strange coincidence at first, but then the details began piling up, one after the other, until it became undeniable. The jacket I was wearing had a zipper pocket exactly where they described. The jeans I'd chosen that morning had the frayed cuffs. I had just passed the coffee shop on 5th, and sure enough, I was heading toward the bus stop. It was as if they were watching me, tracking me in real time. I tried to keep my composure, but my thoughts were scattered. Was I being followed? Was I overreacting? I slowly turned my head, trying to spot the person who was speaking on the phone. The street was busy, as it usually was during rush hour, but I couldn't pinpoint the voice's source. I didn't see anyone around who seemed to be talking into a phone, but the voice was still clear, still precise. The stranger continued speaking, oblivious to the fact that I was listening. "Watch for the red scarf around her neck," they said. "It's the same one she wears every Wednesday. She'll be distracted by her phone, like always, probably texting someone." I glanced down at my neck, the red scarf wrapped loosely around it. I hadn't even thought about it. I always wore it on Wednesdays, just like the stranger had said. I looked back toward the bus stop, my stomach turning. They knew too much. This wasn't just a lucky guess. This was real. I was starting to panic. I had no idea what to do. I should have kept walking, acted normal, but my legs felt like lead. I was rooted to the spot, barely able to breathe. Was I being followed? Was someone watching me right now? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. My phone buzzed in my hand, and I quickly glanced down at it, relieved to see that it was just a text from my friend, asking if I was almost at the bus stop. I quickly typed a response, trying to distract myself, but my hands were shaking. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign of a person speaking on the phone, but still, I couldn't find anyone who seemed suspicious. "They're almost there," the voice continued, now speaking even more quietly. "She's just checking the time on her phone. Watch for her to pull her coat around her shoulders. She's doing it right now." I glanced down, horrified. I was pulling my coat around my shoulders just as the voice had said. I felt a cold sweat form on the back of my neck. They were watching me. They were describing everything I did, every move I made. I couldn't take it anymore. I started walking faster, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. I told myself it was nothing. It had to be nothing. But the voice was still there, still in my ears, narrating every detail of my movements. She's walking faster now. She's heading toward the bus, almost there. She won't notice, not yet. I glanced up, my heart pounding. The bus stop was in sight. I picked up my pace, hoping to blend into the crowd. I reached the bus stop just as the bus pulled up, feeling a rush of relief as I climbed aboard. The voice, still in my head, stopped. The strange commentary ceased the moment I stepped onto the bus, and for the first time in minutes, I could breathe again. I took a seat near the back of the bus, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I glanced around, looking for anyone who might have been following me. But the bus was full of familiar faces, people who commuted with me every day, people who I knew by sight, but not by name. There was no one who stood out, no one who looked suspicious. But the voice was still in my head. Even now, as I sat there, trying to convince myself it was all in my mind, the words echoed. "They know what I'm wearing. They know where I am. They know everything." I tried to focus on my phone, to distract myself from the overwhelming sense of unease, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. That someone out there, someone who knew everything about me, was still keeping track of every step I took. When I arrived at my stop, I made a quick decision. I couldn't go home like this, not with that lingering sense of being watched. I needed to figure out what was going on. Who was watching me? Why were they watching me? I decided to head straight to the police station. I had to report it, even if I didn't have solid proof. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just coincidence. The fact that someone had been able to describe my every move in real time, even the smallest details, how I checked my phone, how I pulled my coat tight around me, was too much to ignore. As I made my way toward the station, I tried to shake the feeling of being followed, but the voices in my head were louder now. Every little noise, every glance over my shoulder felt like a sign. Were they still out there, watching me from the shadows? Were they tracking my every step? By the time I reached the station, I had no answers, just a growing sense of dread. Whatever had happened, whatever was happening, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. I had no idea who was behind the phone call, or why they had chosen me. But I knew one thing for sure: this wasn't a coincidence. And whatever it wasn't going away. Story 9. It was a typical morning, or at least it should have been. I woke up early, as I always do, and started my usual routine. I walked into the bathroom, feeling groggy but ready to face the day. The bathroom light flickered on with a soft buzz, and I immediately went to the sink. I ran the water, splashed my face, and brushed my teeth. But as I reached for my toothbrush, I froze. It was the toothbrush I had left on the counter the night before, the one I always used. It sat right there, exactly where I had left it, but it was damp. I hadn't touched it since I had used it the previous night, so why was it wet? I stood there, staring at it for a long moment. The bristles were not only damp, they were soaked, as though someone had just used it. But there was no explanation for it. I lived alone. There was no one else in the house. I hadn't even been near the bathroom since I had brushed my teeth before bed. I hadn't even opened the door until now. I picked up the toothbrush, my fingers trembling as I felt the dampness. The water wasn't fresh, not like it had just been rinsed under the tap. It had the kind of wetness that lingered, the kind that suggested it had been left like that for a while. I looked around the bathroom, my heart beating faster. Was someone in the house? I checked the window, but it was locked. The door was bolted shut. Everything was as it should be, except for the toothbrush. I set the toothbrush down quickly, as if it might somehow reveal more if I touched it again. I went to the kitchen to get a cup of coffee, but my mind kept returning to that moment in the bathroom. How could the toothbrush be wet if I hadn't used it? There was no logical explanation. I wasn't the type to forget things, especially not something as simple as brushing my teeth before bed. I thought about the possibility of it being a mistake. Maybe I had used it the night before and forgotten. No. I was certain I hadn't. I could recall the details of my evening vividly. I had made dinner, watched a bit of TV, then went to bed as usual. I never once went back into the bathroom after brushing my teeth, and yet the toothbrush was wet, as though someone had used it in the night. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just a coincidence. Perhaps I had accidentally splashed water on it when I was washing my hands, though that didn't explain the dampness that felt different. It wasn't like water that splashes around carelessly, it was more intentional, as if the toothbrush had been used for something. I could feel a knot tightening in my stomach. Something wasn't right. Later that day, I went out for groceries, hoping to distract myself. But every time I picked up an item, I found my thoughts drifting back to that damn toothbrush. Was I losing my mind, or had someone been in my house? I kept replaying the event over and over in my head. Maybe I was just paranoid. Maybe there was a simple explanation I hadn't considered. When I returned home, I hesitated before entering the bathroom again. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The toothbrush was still there, sitting exactly where I had left it. I didn't touch it this time. Instead, I kept my eyes on it, half expecting it to do something strange, move, perhaps, or change in some way. But it remained still, its dampness unchanged. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting for me to figure it out. That night, I took extra care to make sure everything was in place. I checked the door locks, ensured the windows were secure, and even set up an alarm system that I had been meaning to install for weeks. I brushed my teeth before bed as usual and placed my toothbrush back on the counter, the same spot it always occupied. I woke up the next morning with a sense of unease hanging over me. I didn't want to go into the bathroom, afraid of what I might find, but I had to know. Slowly, I walked toward the counter. I didn't even want to look at the toothbrush, but my eyes were drawn to it. There it was, sitting there once again, wet and glistening. It was as if it had been used, just like the morning before. My heart pounded in my chest. I had done everything right. I had locked the door, secured the house. No one had entered. But still, the toothbrush was damp, the bristles soaked as if someone had brushed their teeth with it during the night. I felt the panic rising in my throat, a deep sense of dread settling over me. I hadn't used it. I had no memory of anyone else using it either, so how was it wet again? I had to get answers. I couldn't just ignore this anymore. I decided to check the bathroom more thoroughly, looking for anything that might explain what was happening. I checked the sink, the shower, the mirror, everything. Nothing seemed out of place. There was no sign of anyone else being in the room, no clues left behind. It was all as I had left it, but the toothbrush was still wet. I tried calling a friend to talk about it, but the call went straight to voicemail. I needed someone to help me make sense of it, to tell me I was just imagining things. But the more I thought about it, the less likely that seemed. It wasn't just the toothbrush. It was the feeling that came with it. The feeling of being watched, of something lurking in the background. I left the house again, but no matter where I went, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was there with me, following me, waiting for me to return home. The sense of dread grew stronger as the day wore on. I kept thinking about the toothbrush. I kept thinking about what it meant. And I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just an accident or a coincidence. Something was happening, and I was too afraid to face it. When I finally came back home, the thought of checking the bathroom filled me with dread. I didn't want to go inside, but I couldn't stay away any longer. I opened the door, my pulse racing. The toothbrush was still there, still wet. And this time, something had changed. The bristles weren't just damp, they were slick, coated in something that wasn't water. My stomach lurched as I stared at it, the realization dawning on me. Something was using my toothbrush, and it wasn't me. Story 10. The sound of the doorbell rang through my house, startling me from my thoughts. I glanced out the window and saw the delivery truck pulling away, leaving behind a plain cardboard box on my doorstep. I didn't remember ordering anything recently, but I bent down to grab it anyway. It had my name on it, but there was no return address, just a simple label with my home address and nothing more. Curious, I carried the package inside, setting it down on the kitchen table. The box felt heavier than I expected, its edges slightly worn, as if it had traveled some distance. I ran my fingers over the smooth surface, wondering if it was some sort of mistake. Maybe a mix-up in delivery. Maybe it was for one of my neighbors. I grabbed a knife and carefully cut through the tape, the sharp sound echoing through the quiet house. As I peeled back the cardboard flaps, I felt a strange sense of anticipation building in my chest. Inside was an item I had never ordered, but one I had dreamed about for years. A limited edition vintage camera, its sleek black body gleaming under the light. It wasn't just any camera. It was the camera I had always wanted but never had the money to buy, the one I had saved up for, only to have to spend the money elsewhere when life threw its curveballs. My breath caught in my throat. How was this possible? I stared at the camera, my hands trembling as I picked it up, the weight of it familiar, comforting. But it wasn't right. I hadn't bought it. I hadn't even looked at it in months. I hadn't told anyone about it. The only time I'd ever mentioned it was years ago to a close friend who I hadn't spoken to in ages. I checked the box again, looking for a clue, anything that might explain how it had arrived. There was no packing slip, no note, just the camera. No hint as to who had sent it or why. I could feel my pulse quickening as I looked around, half expecting someone to be standing outside the window, watching me. It didn't make sense. No one I knew would have sent this to me. I set the camera down, staring at it for a long moment. My mind raced, trying to piece together how this could have happened. Could someone have stolen my information? Could I have unknowingly entered a giveaway or a contest? But no, that didn't make sense either. I hadn't entered anything. I had barely interacted with anyone online lately. I walked to the phone, planning to call my friend, the one I'd mentioned the camera to years ago. But the moment I grabbed my phone, I hesitated. It felt wrong somehow, like reaching out would unravel something I wasn't ready to face. So instead, I set the phone down again and went back to the camera, running my fingers over its surface. It was perfect. Everything about it seemed just as I remembered, like it had been preserved in time. I tried to focus on the task at hand, to think logically. Maybe it was a gift from someone who remembered my old desire for it. Maybe it was an anonymous gesture, something kind and thoughtful. But then another thought crept in. What if it wasn't a gift at all? What if it was a message? I quickly shut the box and left the camera sitting on the table. I needed to take a walk, clear my head. But as I grabbed my coat and stepped outside, the unease that had settled in my chest seemed to follow me. I glanced at the house, half expecting the door to be open or someone to be standing inside. But everything was still. As I walked down the street, I couldn't help but feel as though I was being watched. The familiar streets felt different now, somehow foreign. Each shadow seemed darker, each passing car seemed too close. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the growing feeling of paranoia, but it was impossible. My thoughts kept returning to the camera, to the package that had appeared out of nowhere. Who had sent it, and why? When I returned home, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I went back inside, but instead of taking the camera out of its box, I left it where it was. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to invite whatever this was into my life. I thought about locking the door, keeping everything safe, but I couldn't quite bring myself to move the camera away. Later that evening, I was sitting in the living room when I heard a faint tapping on the window. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe a branch brushing against the glass. But the sound persisted, and I stood up to investigate. When I pulled back the curtain, my heart stopped. There, standing just outside, was a figure barely visible in the dim light. I couldn't make out any features, but the shape was unmistakable. I stepped back, my breath quickening as I reached for my phone. But when I looked at it, I saw something that sent a chill through my spine. The time on my phone read 3:33 am, too early for anyone to be outside my window, too late for it to be anyone I knew. The figure outside remained still, unmoving, like it was waiting for something. I rushed to lock the window, my hands shaking, but when I looked back outside, the figure was gone. The street was empty again, the shadows stretching long across the pavement. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the camera, that package, was somehow tied to it all. Why had it arrived now? Why had it arrived for me? And who had left the figure outside my window? That night, as I lay in bed, I heard a soft clicking sound, like the shutter of a camera. I froze, my heart thumping wildly in my chest. It came again, faint but unmistakable, like someone was taking pictures of me. I tried to shake it off to convince myself it was just the wind or some strange noise in the house. But the more I listened, the more the clicking sound seemed to grow louder, closer. I pulled the blanket up around me, my mind racing. This wasn't just a coincidence. Whoever had sent that camera, whoever had left it for me, was watching me, and I wasn't sure if I could ever escape from their gaze. Story 11. The microwave displayed the wrong time, counting down instead of up. I had just put my leftovers in and pressed the start button, expecting it to count upward as it usually did. But when I glanced back at the screen, I saw it. The timer was counting down, from to 1:45, rather than increasing as it should. I stared at it for a moment, confused. Was the microwave broken? Had I accidentally hit some strange setting? I opened the door to check on the food, hoping that maybe I had just misread the screen. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The food was heating as expected, and the microwave itself hummed quietly in the background. Yet the timer kept counting down, and the seconds moved with a strange urgency that made my stomach churn. Why was it going backward? Why wasn't it acting like it normally did? I pressed the stop button, but the timer didn't reset. It just continued its downward march, counting down from 1:45 to 1:44, and then to 1:43. I pressed the start button again, hoping it would correct itself, but the same thing happened. The countdown continued, and it was as though the microwave was in control now, not me. My heart began to race, and my hands started to tremble. This wasn't right. Something about it felt deeply unsettling, as if the appliance had somehow taken on a life of its own. I stepped back from the microwave, unable to tear my eyes away from the screen. The numbers blinked, and the countdown slowed as it neared the 0 mark, each second dragging out longer than the last. I glanced around the room, suddenly aware of how quiet everything had become. The hum of the microwave was the only sound, and it felt almost deliberate, like it was the only thing that mattered. As the seconds ticked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. Something bad. The timer reached 01 and then it paused. The numbers flickered on the screen, as if glitching. A brief flash of static interrupted the normal display, and then the numbers reset again, back to 1:45. The same countdown started over, like a loop I couldn't break out of. I slammed the door of the microwave shut, desperate to make it stop. My breath was shallow now, my heart hammering in my chest. I checked the clock on the wall to reassure myself that everything else was functioning as it should, but even that was wrong. The time on the wall clock was still moving forward, but the microwave was stuck in its cycle, counting down, over and over again. I pressed every button on the microwave, trying to stop it, but it was as though none of them worked. The countdown only continued, and I was helpless. I backed away, feeling more and more like a spectator in my own home. I glanced toward the window, half expecting someone to be standing outside, watching me through the glass. The silence in the room felt heavy, oppressive, and I couldn't escape it. I was alone, or so I thought, but the microwave's relentless countdown made me feel like I wasn't. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed. I didn't know how much time had gone by. I felt frozen, rooted to the spot in front of the microwave, unable to move, unable to look away. Each countdown felt like a small eternity, each tick of the timer amplifying the unease that gnawed at me. The numbers continued to flicker, resetting over and over, never stopping, as if I was trapped in a moment that would never end. Finally, I grabbed my phone, my mind racing with thoughts of calling someone. Anyone. I needed to tell someone what was happening, to get some kind of reassurance that it wasn't just me, that this wasn't my mind playing tricks. But when I unlocked my phone and opened the contacts list, I froze. My screen was blank. There was nothing there. No names, no numbers, just a white, empty screen. I dropped the phone, panic rising in my throat. My surroundings felt like they were distorting, warping in on themselves. The microwave still counted down, the numbers flickering faster now, as if mocking my growing fear. I turned to leave, but my legs wouldn't move. It was as if the air had become too thick, too heavy, and every step felt like I was pushing through water. The microwave's countdown hit 01 again, and then the screen flashed once more. The door opened on its own, the food still inside, perfectly untouched. I couldn't make myself move, even as the door swung wide. The timer reset once more, counting down again, but this time it felt different, more intentional. The microwave seemed to hum louder now, as though it was alive, waiting for something. The seconds dragged on, and I stood frozen, staring at the flashing numbers, feeling as if they were pulling me in. The kitchen lights flickered once, then twice. I wasn't sure if it was the microwave or something else causing it, but the flickering only made the room feel more claustrophobic, more suffocating. I could hear my breath, shallow and ragged, and then the microwave finally hit. Everything stopped. The sound, the flickering, the timer. For a moment, everything was perfectly still. I felt a sense of calm wash over me, a strange relief, as if the terror had passed. I slowly walked toward the microwave, my heart still racing in my chest. But when I opened the door, I saw it. The food, still warm, but now, it was different. The plate wasn't just warm, it was hotter than it should have been. Steam rose from it in a thick cloud, and I could feel the heat radiating off it. But that wasn't what made me step back. It was the faint smell of something burning, something not quite right. I turned the plate around and my stomach dropped. The food had been replaced. It wasn't the leftovers I had put in there, it was something else entirely. Something I didn't recognize, something that looked far too familiar, but from a nightmare, from a place I couldn't remember. I stared at it, confused, terrified, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. I slammed the microwave door shut, backing away from it as the seconds continued to tick down in my mind. The countdown had stopped, but the terror had only just begun. The kitchen felt colder now, the air thick with something I couldn't quite place. But I knew one thing for sure. The microwave hadn't been counting down for no reason. Whatever it wasn't over. Something had been waiting for me, something I wasn't prepared to face. And it wasn't just the food in the microwave. It was something much worse. Story 12. A store clerk handed me a bag and said, "You left this last time, but I hadn't been there before." The words barely registered at first, and I found myself standing there, frozen, staring at the bag in his outstretched hand. I wasn't sure how to respond. I hadn't stepped foot in this store before, not in the last few weeks, and definitely not ever in this specific location. It wasn't a place I usually went to, so how could there be a bag of mine here? The clerk didn't seem fazed by my confusion. He just smiled faintly, almost too knowingly, and pushed the bag towards me. "You left it behind last time," he repeated, his voice casual, as if it was just a normal transaction. But it didn't feel normal. I took the bag almost instinctively, but my hands were shaking, my mind racing to piece together how this could happen. I didn't even know what was in the bag, and yet there it was, as if it was meant for me. I glanced at the store name on the sign above the counter. It was a small, independent shop, one I'd never paid much attention to. Yet here I was, holding a bag that I supposedly left behind, in a place I'd never even shopped at. My pulse quickened as I carefully opened the bag, hoping for some clue as to why I was being handed it. Inside was a simple brown wallet, worn but familiar. My heart sank. It was my wallet. But that made no sense. I hadn't lost it. I hadn't been here. I didn't remember putting it down anywhere, especially not in this store. The clerk, still watching me, seemed to be waiting for something, his expression unreadable. I couldn't bring myself to speak. How could I explain this? It felt like a mistake, some strange confusion. Yet the wallet was real, and so was the bag. I turned it over in my hands, the familiar texture of the leather sending a jolt through me. The last time I'd seen my wallet was at home on my dresser. I checked the ID, the bank cards, all there, exactly as I had left them. Everything seemed fine, but the eerie feeling of déjà vu got at me. I had no memory of visiting this store, no recollection of losing my wallet here. I should have been panicking, but the overwhelming sense of wrongness made me freeze in place. "You sure this is mine?" I asked, my voice sounding strange, unsure. The clerk nodded slowly, his smile never wavering. "You left it last time," he said again, more firmly now. But there was something off in his tone, something that didn't quite add up. I stood there, staring at him, at the bag, at the wallet, unable to speak. What was I supposed to do? Was this some elaborate prank? Did someone know something I didn't? I looked around the store, searching for any other clues, but the shelves were just ordinary items. Nothing unusual. Nothing that screamed out a reason for all this. I tried to think back, to recall any time in the past when I might have been here, but nothing came to mind. My memory was a blank, the whole situation feeling like a fog I couldn't push through. I didn't know if I was being paranoid or if something was genuinely wrong, but a sense of urgency began to build in me, a need to leave, to get out of there. "I've never been here," I said, more to myself than to the clerk, as if repeating it might somehow make it true. The words felt hollow, though. I had no proof, no argument, nothing to support my claim. The clerk didn't respond at first, only nodding as if he understood something I didn't. "It's all right," he said, his voice soft now, almost reassuring. "It happens sometimes. People forget." I could feel my stomach twist with unease. I wasn't sure if it was the clerk's demeanor or the quiet hum of the store around me, but I wanted to leave, to escape the strange sensation that I was being drawn into something I couldn't understand. I took a few steps back, clutching the wallet tightly in my hand, and forced myself to turn and walk toward the door. My mind was in turmoil, questions spinning in all directions, but none of them made sense. How could my wallet end up here? Why did the clerk seem so certain, so casual, about something I had no memory of? As I stepped out of the store and into the fresh air, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I turned around, half expecting to see the clerk standing at the door, staring after me. But the store was empty, the lights dimmed as if it had always been closed. My footsteps quickened as I walked away, but the weight of the bag in my hand felt heavier with every step. I hadn't left it there, I hadn't been there, and yet the wallet was undeniably mine. That night, I searched my home again, more thoroughly than before. I checked every drawer, every pocket, every bag I owned. But my wallet was still missing from its usual spot. It hadn't been on my dresser, it hadn't been in my bag. I hadn't misplaced it, and I certainly hadn't left it at any store. But the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that I had somehow been to that store before, that I had left the wallet there, despite all evidence pointing to the contrary. The next day I returned to the store, determined to find answers. But when I arrived, the shop was gone. There was no sign of it, no trace of the building or the clerk. It was as if the store had never existed at all, erased completely from the street. The only thing that remained was the faint memory of the bag, the words of the clerk, and the feeling that something had been set in motion that I couldn't undo. Story 13. I walked into my living room, expecting to relax after a long day of work. The space was quiet, dimly lit by the fading sunlight streaming through the curtains. But as I stepped in, something felt off. The room looked the same, yet not quite right. All the chairs in the living room, every single one, were turned to face the window. The couch, the armchair, even the dining chairs, all lined in perfect symmetry, staring out at the darkening view. It was as though someone had deliberately arranged them this way, but I hadn't been home for hours. I couldn't remember moving any of the furniture. I froze at the threshold, staring at the strange setup. The window itself looked out onto the street, just an ordinary view of the neighborhood, nothing to look at other than the occasional car passing by. But the fact that all the chairs were facing it directly, as if they were waiting for something or someone, made my skin crawl. I never sat like that. I usually left the chairs scattered, placed in ways that felt natural, not like they were part of some strange ritual. I hesitated, unsure if I should sit down or if I should move the chairs back to their original positions. It seemed trivial, but it felt like the longer I stood there, the more the room's atmosphere thickened, as though something was watching me. The air grew colder, and I suddenly felt exposed, like I had walked into a situation where I wasn't supposed to be. I walked to the nearest chair and reached out to turn it back, but as my hand brushed against the fabric, a chill ran up my spine. The chair felt wrong, too still, too uninviting. I pulled my hand back, feeling a knot form in my stomach. What was going on? I decided to check the rest of the house. Maybe someone had been in while I was gone. Maybe I had left the chairs like that and just didn't remember. But as I walked through each room, everything seemed normal, quiet, untouched. No sign of anyone else. Still, my mind raced. It was hard to shake the image of the chairs, all pointing to that one spot, facing the window. I tried to rationalize it, thinking maybe I had set them that way myself, perhaps in a hurry. But no, I was sure I hadn't. The last time I'd been home, they were in their usual positions. I turned back to the living room and slowly walked toward the window. Maybe if I could figure out what they were all staring at, it would make sense. I parted the curtains just a little and peered outside. The street was empty. No cars, no people. Just the usual quiet evening. I stood there for a moment, taking in the silence. Then, as I turned away from the window, I saw something strange in the reflection. A figure. Someone standing behind me, right in the middle of the living room, just beyond the doorway. I spun around, my heart racing, but the room was empty. There was no one. Just the empty chairs still turned toward the window. I stared at the reflection in the window for a long moment, trying to make sense of what I had seen. It was as if the reflection had frozen in time, capturing the figure that wasn't really there. My pulse quickened. Had I imagined it? Was it my mind playing tricks on me? I turned the chairs back to their usual positions, trying to distract myself. But even as I moved them, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone or something had been in the room, rearranging the furniture. The house felt different now, colder, emptier, and the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if I'd been the one out of place all along. As I sat down on the couch, facing the window like the others had, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching from outside. Story 14. I had just finished my grocery shopping and was walking out of the store when I noticed a man standing by the entrance. He was older, probably in his late 50s or early 60s, wearing a worn-out jacket and a cap. He seemed harmless enough, just an ordinary guy, but as I passed him, he smiled at me with a warmth that felt unsettlingly familiar. "You look just like your mother did at your age," he said, his voice calm but strangely knowing. I froze for a moment, taken aback by his words. I had never seen this man before in my life, yet there was something about his gaze that made me feel like he wasn't just making a passing observation. His smile remained as he looked at me, and for a split second, I felt a chill run down my spine. I wasn't sure how to respond. How did he know what my mother looked like? More importantly, how did he know what I looked like at my age? I hadn't spoken to anyone in my family about my resemblance to her, let alone some random stranger. My mind raced through all the possibilities. Was this some kind of joke, a coincidence, or something else? I forced a smile, trying to brush it off. "I'm sure that's not true," I said, nervously adjusting the strap of my bag. "My mom, well, she's different." He didn't seem bothered by my response, his smile only growing wider. "Oh, but it's true. You've got her eyes, her chin. You look just like her. I saw her a lot back in the day. Always so full of life." That's when my stomach dropped. The way he spoke about my mother was off. It wasn't like he was talking about someone he had once known casually. It was as if he had known her intimately. I had to force myself to take a breath, trying to calm my nerves. My mother had passed away several years ago, and the fact that this stranger seemed to say such personal details about her left me unsettled. "I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong person," I said, my voice shaky. I turned to walk away, eager to escape this odd encounter, but the man reached out, just lightly touching my arm. I stopped, more out of instinct than any desire to engage with him. "Your mother never liked the rain, did she?" he continued, his voice soft and almost nostalgic. "Always carried an umbrella, even when it wasn't raining. And that look she'd give when she was annoyed, like she was about to laugh but was trying not to." I felt my blood run cold. There was no way this man could know these details. No one else had ever mentioned how my mother hated the rain, or how her annoyed expression would always morph into a half laugh. It was too specific, too personal. I hadn't even told my closest friends about these things. I quickly pulled my arm away, my heart racing. I turned on my heel, not even bothering to check if he was still watching me. I had to get out of there. Out of his reach, out of this strange encounter. I told myself that maybe he was just an old man with some odd recollection. Maybe he knew someone who looked like my mother. But as I walked briskly to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just encountered something that wasn't right. I got into my car, slammed the door shut, and locked it immediately, glancing in the rearview mirror. The man was still standing there, watching me with that same unnerving smile. His eyes seemed to bore into me like he was waiting for me to look back, to acknowledge him. But I refused to make eye contact. As I started the engine, I couldn't stop thinking about his words, about how he knew so much about my mother without ever having met her. The unsettling truth was he hadn't just recognized her from some distant memory. He had spoken about her as if he had been part of her life in some way, someone close to her. I kept driving, my mind racing with questions. Had he followed me here? Was this just an old man with a wandering mind, or was there something deeper to his words? I didn't know, but I wasn't about to find out. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me back. I checked my phone, hoping the distraction would help calm my nerves. But as I scrolled through my messages, something caught my eye, a photo that had been sent to me in a group chat with my relatives. It was an old family picture from when I was a child, a picture I had seen countless times before, but something was different about it. In the background, just behind my mother, there was a figure standing in the shadows. I hadn't noticed it before, but now I couldn't take my eyes off it. The figure was blurry, but even so, it seemed to be smiling. The same smile that stranger had given me. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly locked my phone, my hands trembling. I felt like I was being pulled into something I didn't understand, something that was too close for comfort. The smile from the man at the store, that strange familiarity with my mother, it was all too much to ignore. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that it was just coincidence. But deep down I knew. There was something about that encounter, something about that man, that felt far too real. And for the first time in a long while, I wasn't sure if I was safe. Story 15. I had been driving around for the past few days, trying to get everything done before the weekend. My car had been running on empty for a while, but I hadn't had the time to fill it up. It wasn't a big deal. I'd been meaning to stop by the gas station, but something always came up, and I kept putting it off. So, that morning I started my car, the familiar beep of the low fuel warning reminding me once again that I needed to stop by the gas station. But as I backed out of my driveway and glanced at the fuel gauge, I froze. It was sitting at full. The needle was way past the halfway mark, all the way up at the top. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and checked again. No, I wasn't seeing things. The gas tank was completely full. My mind raced. I hadn't stopped at the gas station, hadn't filled it up in days. The last time I checked, it was less than a quarter tank. I didn't remember anyone filling it up for me, and I certainly hadn't asked anyone to. I wasn't the kind of person who would borrow someone's car or have someone else fill it up without saying something. I pulled over to the side of the road, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned the car off, stepped out, and looked around. There was nothing unusual about the car's exterior. No notes, no signs of tampering, just the typical wear and tear of my daily routine. I opened the gas cap and peeked inside. The smell of fresh gasoline hit me, and I had to step back. There was no mistaking it, the tank was full. But how? How had this happened? I checked my phone to see if I had missed any messages or notifications. Maybe I had ordered gas delivery, but I was sure I hadn't. I didn't even know if that kind of service existed where I lived. There was nothing on my phone about it, no calls, no texts. I tried to remember the last time I had actually been to the gas station. It had been a few days ago, yes, but there was no way I had gotten a full tank of gas in that time. My mind kept racing. Was it possible that I had just forgotten? Maybe I had filled it up without realizing it. No, that didn't make sense. I would have remembered stopping for gas. It was something I always dreaded. It wasn't the kind of task I could just blank out of my memory. I got back into the car, still trying to make sense of it. I drove off, but my thoughts kept circling back to the same question. Who filled my tank? And why didn't I remember it? The rest of the day went on in a blur, my mind not fully able to focus on anything except the mystery of the gas tank. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the tank being full. It was the sense that someone had been inside my life without me knowing, doing something without my consent or even my awareness. The next morning I decided to do something about it. I called the gas station nearby and asked if they had any record of me filling up recently. Maybe I had just forgotten to pay or something had gone wrong with the transaction. The attendant on the other end was polite, but after checking, they confirmed that there was no record of me filling up in the last few days. I even asked if anyone had come by and filled my car up on my behalf, but they said no. I hung up the phone, my frustration growing. No answers, just more questions. The gas tank was still full. and now I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Had I been sleepwalking? Was there a chance that I had driven to the station and just completely blacked out the memory? But no, there were no gaps in my memory, no missing hours from my day. That night I went to bed, but the unease gnawed at me. I kept thinking about my car, the full tank, and the strange sense that I was being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't in control of my own life anymore, that someone was out there, doing things without my knowledge or permission. The next few days passed in a blur, each one blending into the next, the question of the gas tank still hanging over me. I kept a close eye on my car, making sure nothing else strange happened, but it did. The following week I found something else. My grocery store loyalty card, which I had lost months ago, was back in my wallet. I hadn't found it, hadn't even thought about it since it went missing. How could this be? It wasn't just a coincidence. The two incidents were connected somehow. My car, my lost card, someone was interfering with my life in ways I couldn't understand. I began to feel like I was losing control over the little things that once felt so normal. I started paying more attention to the small details around me. Every time I left my house, I checked to make sure everything was exactly as I left it. Every time I came home, I inspected my car, my belongings, and my space, looking for signs of intrusion. But nothing else seemed out of place, and yet the strange occurrences kept happening. Each day I wondered who was doing this, and why. Were they trying to send a message, or was it simply random? I didn't know. But what I did know was that I couldn't shake the feeling that someone somewhere was manipulating my life in ways that I couldn't see. Story 16. I was getting ready for breakfast when I saw an odd sight on my otherwise clean fridge. A sticky note, bright yellow, stuck on the door right next to the handle. It read, "Good choice today." The handwriting was neat, deliberate, and yet, it wasn't mine. I stood frozen, staring at it. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't left any notes for myself recently. My mind raced, trying to figure out where it came from. Maybe it was something from a friend or family member, though I couldn't recall anyone being in my house lately. And yet, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that crept over me. Why would someone leave me a message like that? And why didn't I remember it happening? I pulled the note off the fridge, turning it over in my hands. The back was blank, no phone number, no signature, just the message. My mind wandered. What could the note mean? It felt oddly personal, like someone had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to leave it. But that didn't make sense. I was alone in my house. No one had been here, at least not that I knew of. I glanced around the kitchen, looking for any signs that someone had been there. The fridge was organized as usual, the counter spotless, nothing out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe I had missed something, or maybe it was just a weird coincidence. But the words, "Good choice today," repeated in my mind like a chant, each time making my heart beat faster. That day I kept thinking about the note. I couldn't concentrate at work, my thoughts wandering back to it every few minutes. Who would leave me a note like that? And what did it mean? The phrase seemed so vague yet so specific. It felt like it was meant for me, but I couldn't understand why. The next morning, as I walked into the kitchen, I hesitated. I was almost afraid to look at the fridge. But when I did, I found another sticky note. This time it was in a different spot on the counter, near the coffee maker. I slowly approached, my stomach tightening. The message was different this time. "You're making the right choice," it said, in the same handwriting. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The messages were becoming more pointed, more personal, as if someone was trying to communicate with me, watching my every move. I had no idea who could be behind this, but the sense of being observed was undeniable. I had been living alone for years and no one else had keys to my place. No one could get in without me knowing, or so I thought. I checked every door, every window, making sure everything was locked, but the nagging feeling remained. My phone rang later that day. It was an unknown number. My heart skipped when I answered, but there was nothing but silence on the other end. No one spoke, but I could hear what sounded like a faint breathing, just enough to make me tense up. I hung up and immediately checked my phone's call history, but the number wasn't listed. It was like the call had never even happened. That evening, as I sat on the couch, I heard a soft knock at the door. My heart skipped. I wasn't expecting anyone. Hesitantly, I got up and peered through the peephole. There was no one there. What? I opened the door, half expecting to find someone standing there, but the porch was empty. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. As I closed the door, I glanced back into the kitchen, and there was again another sticky note. This time it read, "You're almost there." I froze. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Whoever was doing this, they were getting closer, making it clear they were watching, waiting for something. But what? What did they want from me? I ripped the note off the fridge, my hands shaking. I felt a cold sweat on the back of my neck. I locked the door again, checked all the windows, and even called the police to report the strange happenings, but without any real evidence or proof, they couldn't do anything. As I tried to settle down that night, my phone buzzed again. An unknown number. I stared at the screen for a long moment, my hand hovering over the answer button. My instincts told me not to pick up, but I did anyway. This time there was no silence, no breathing, just a voice familiar but distorted. "Good choice today," the voice said, low and steady, before hanging up. I dropped the phone in shock. It was my own voice. The same tone, the same words, but somehow wrong. The voice on the other end sounded distorted, as if it had been manipulated somehow. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Someone was in my life, controlling everything from the shadows, leaving messages, making calls, and sending me signals that I couldn't understand. I felt like I was being drawn into something I couldn't escape. The notes, the phone calls, the messages, they were all part of something bigger, and it was happening to me, whether I wanted it or not. Story 17. When I returned home from work, I was tired but relieved to finally have some quiet time to myself. The day had been long, filled with small annoyances that added up, but nothing that was particularly out of the ordinary. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, letting the familiar scent of my home greet me as I dropped my keys into the bowl by the door. I was about to close the door behind me when something caught my eye. On the doorstep, just outside the door, was a pair of shoes. They were brand new, sitting neatly side by side, with no box, no note, nothing to indicate where they had come from. The shoes looked exactly like the ones I had been eyeing in a store window just last week, the same color, the same design, even the same size. I stood there for a moment, unsure if I had forgotten that I'd ordered them, or if maybe a friend had dropped them off as a gift. But I hadn't told anyone that I wanted those shoes. I had only thought about them, admired them from a distance. They hadn't even been on sale when I saw them, so there was no way I could have bought them without realizing. I bent down to pick them up, the cool leather against my fingers. As I held the shoes, I tried to remember if I'd spoken about them to anyone recently. But no, I hadn't. Not a single person knew how much I wanted them. or even that I had been thinking about buying a new pair. I turned the shoes over in my hand, searching for any tag, any label that might explain how they ended up on my doorstep. But there was nothing. Just the smooth, unmarred surface of the shoes, as if they had never been worn, as if they had been placed there just for me. A sudden unease started to build in the pit of my stomach. I glanced around the street, half expecting to see someone watching me from a distance, someone who might explain why the shoes were there. But the street was quiet, just the soft hum of distant traffic, and no one was in sight. No one seemed to know anything. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, setting the shoes down on the floor beside the entryway. I felt an odd sense of discomfort, as though the shoes were somehow wrong. I couldn't explain it, but every time I looked at them, something felt off. It was as if they didn't belong in my life, as if they were a sign of something I couldn't quite place. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. How had they gotten there? Who had left them? I hadn't heard anyone knock, hadn't seen anyone pass by while I was coming home. It was as if the shoes had simply appeared out of nowhere. I tried to brush it off as some kind of mistake, maybe someone had accidentally dropped them off at the wrong door. But no one had come to my house that day. No deliveries, no visitors. I hadn't even received any calls or messages. Still, the thought lingered, pressing on the back of my mind. The shoes were the exact size I wore. How did someone know that? How did they know what I would want? I stared at the shoes for a long time, my mind racing. Was I overthinking it? Was I just being paranoid? I couldn't tell, but something about them didn't sit right with me. They felt too perfect, too deliberate. I picked them up again, inspecting them more closely, running my hands over every inch, trying to find something, anything that might explain their sudden appearance. I found nothing. They were perfect in every way, almost too perfect. By the time I made it to the living room, I felt like I was being watched. The house felt different, like it wasn't quite mine anymore. The shoes, though still in my hands, seemed to be calling me in a way I couldn't describe. The idea of leaving them by the door, untouched, felt wrong, but I didn't know what to do with them. Should I put them in a closet, bury them somewhere out of sight? Should I call someone? Or was I simply letting my imagination run wild? I ended up leaving the shoes on the floor by the door, unable to bring myself to do anything else with them. The rest of the evening passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The shoes were there, always in the corner of my eye, a reminder of something that I couldn't put into words. I knew that if I ignored them, I'd just keep thinking about them. And if I focused too much on them, I'd drive myself crazy. I finally went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shoes. I saw their perfect, empty souls, just waiting to be filled by someone, by me, perhaps. But it didn't feel like my choice to make. When I woke up the next morning, the shoes were still there. I could feel the weight of them in the room with me, even though they were just a pair of shoes. I finally decided to take them outside, to leave them on the porch for someone else to find. But as I reached down to pick them up, I froze. They weren't there anymore. The space where they had been was empty, completely empty, as if they had never been there at all. My heart raced in my chest. I glanced around the room, checking every corner, every inch of space, but there was no sign of the shoes. They were gone. I didn't know what to think or what to do. But I knew one thing for certain: the shoes weren't just a coincidence, and I had no idea where they had gone or who had put them there in the first place. Story 18. I was having a quiet evening at home, the kind where you just want to unwind after a long day. The house was silent, except for the soft hum of my old stereo, which I had recently dusted off after neglecting it for months. I decided to go through my playlist, an eclectic mix of everything from jazz to indie rock, some old favorites, and a few tracks I'd added on impulse over the years. I hit play and let the music fill the room. As the first song played, I zoned out, my mind drifting. I wasn't really paying attention to the lyrics, just enjoying the comforting background noise. The second track came on, and I hummed along, tapping my foot absent-mindedly to the rhythm. But when the third song started, I suddenly froze. It was unfamiliar. The song wasn't one I'd ever heard before, yet somehow it felt intimate. It felt too familiar. At first, I couldn't put my finger on what was strange about it. It was a soft, acoustic ballad with a mellow guitar riff, soothing but eerie at the same time. The kind of song you'd listen to on a rainy evening with a glass of wine in your hand. But then, as the first verse began, I felt a chill creep up my spine. The lyrics weren't just words strung together. They were describing my life, my current state of mind. I hadn't heard this song before, so how could anyone possibly know the things it was saying? She's been tired lately, always rushing to meet deadlines, looking for a way to escape the noise. She talks about the weight on her chest, the one no one can see. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I stopped what I was doing, fully focused on the song now. The voice in the song was calm, almost soothing, but the words, it was like the song had been written just for me. The lyrics felt like they had been taken from my own journal, my own thoughts. It described how I'd been feeling recently, overwhelmed, drained, like I was suffocating beneath the pressure of life, of responsibilities that were piling up one after another. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was a coincidence. There was no way someone could know these details. I hadn't shared them with anyone, not my friends, not my family, not even myself in any real way. And yet here they were, laid out in the song, as if someone had been watching me, listening to my thoughts. The song continued, and the lyrics became even more personal. She sits in her room late at night, staring at the screen, wondering why the world keeps turning while she stands still. She wants to let go, but she's afraid of what will happen if she does. My stomach sank. That was exactly how I had been feeling. The exhaustion, the constant state of stress, the isolation. The way I'd been staring at my phone late at night, mindlessly scrolling through social media, trying to distract myself from the overwhelming thoughts in my head. The fear of letting go, of surrendering to the chaos that felt like it was closing in around me. I had never said these things to anyone, never voiced those fears aloud, and yet here they were, captured in the song. I fumbled with my phone, trying to skip the track, but my fingers were trembling, and for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to stop it. I felt like I needed to hear the rest of it, even though the more I listened, the more unnerving it became. The chorus hit, and I nearly dropped my phone. She's afraid to speak her truth, to show the cracks she hides inside. She's been pretending to be okay, but it's all falling apart. She's waiting for the day when she can just breathe again. I stopped breathing altogether. I hadn't told anyone about the cracks I'd been hiding. I hadn't even acknowledged them to myself fully. How could this song know? How could it capture all the pieces of me that I hadn't shared? I had felt like I was suffocating for months, pretending to hold it all together, all while slowly falling apart on the inside. And here it was, this song, reflecting all of it back to me. I reached for the volume knob and turned the music off, my heart racing in my chest. My hands were clammy as I sat there, frozen in place. I didn't know what to think. Was it just an eerie coincidence? Did someone somewhere write a song that happened to match my life so closely? Or was there something more sinister at play? I checked my playlist, scrolling through the list of songs. There was no title for this track, no artist name. The song had just appeared in the middle of my usual rotation. I tried to remember when I'd added it. Had I downloaded it recently? Had I heard it somewhere, maybe a movie or a commercial, and added it without realizing? But that didn't explain the eerie accuracy of the lyrics. I searched the song's lyrics online, trying to track it down, but there was nothing. No song with these words, no reference to it anywhere. It was as if it didn't exist, except in my playlist, and even then, it felt like it had just materialized out of thin air. I sat in silence, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a strange coincidence. I had heard that sometimes people could write songs that felt personal, that resonated deeply with others, but this was different. This song wasn't just relatable, it was about me. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my thoughts. It wasn't the first time I had felt like the universe was somehow sending me messages in odd ways, but this was beyond anything I had ever experienced. I couldn't bring myself to delete the song, though. Despite the unsettling feeling it gave me, there was a strange pull to it. A part of me wanted to keep it, to listen again, to figure out why it was in my playlist in the first place. I wasn't sure if I was afraid or intrigued, but one thing was for sure: I couldn't ignore it. It was as if it had been written just for me, like it was trying to tell me something I wasn't ready to hear. Story 19. I had just finished a long day at work, exhausted but ready to get home and relax. The streets were bustling with the usual evening traffic, and I flagged down a cab near the office building. I slid into the back seat, greeted the driver, and gave him my address. I was looking forward to the quiet solitude of my apartment to get some rest before doing it all over again tomorrow. As the cab moved through the city, I let my thoughts drift. The noise of the streets and the soft hum of the engine were comforting in their own way, and for a moment, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The weather outside had been dreary all day, and now the rain had started to pick up, tapping against the windows in a rhythmic pattern. But then, something unusual happened. The cab driver, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a weathered face, glanced at me through the rearview mirror. His eyes locked onto mine for a brief moment, and I saw something strange in his gaze and unease, almost as if he was weighing something heavy in his mind. "Everything all right?" I asked, feeling a flicker of discomfort rise in me. The driver didn't answer right away. He kept his eyes on the road, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. The silence stretched for a few seconds, making the air in the car feel thick and tense. Finally, he spoke, his voice low, almost hesitant. "You shouldn't go back yet," he said, his words coming out slow and deliberate. I was taken aback. "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. "I just want to go home. It's been a long day." The driver didn't respond immediately, his eyes darting to the side mirror before looking at me again. There was something in his expression: concern, maybe even fear, but also a sort of finality, as if he had already made up his mind about something. I couldn't figure out what he was trying to say, but his words left a cold knot in my stomach. "You should turn around, go somewhere else," he continued, his voice softer this time. "It's not safe for you to go back. Not yet." I felt my pulse quicken. This was absurd. I wasn't in the mood for riddles or cryptic warnings. I had been living in the same apartment for years, and nothing had ever happened to make me feel unsafe. My building was in a quiet neighborhood, away from the chaos of the city center. I was just a few blocks away from home, and nothing was out of the ordinary. I tried to brush it off. "It's fine," I said, trying to sound calm. "Just take me home, please." But the driver didn't move. He didn't accelerate, didn't make any attempt to drive further. Instead, he kept the car idling, staring ahead at the road in front of him, as if waiting for something to change. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice starting to tremble. "What are you talking about?" The man's eyes flicked to me again, and this time his face softened slightly. But there was still an intensity behind his words that made my blood run cold. "I've seen it before," he said quietly. "People who go back after dark, they don't come back the same. Something's not right. You shouldn't go back to that place." I wasn't sure what he meant, but the more he spoke, the more uneasy I became. I shifted in my seat, feeling the weight of his warning settle heavily in the small space of the car. It was just a building, just my apartment. Why would he be so insistent? "Just take me home," I repeated, my voice firmer now, though my nerves were still frayed. "You're scaring me." The driver's gaze hardened for a moment. Then, with a sigh, he turned the steering wheel slowly, making a sharp right turn off the main road. My heart skipped a beat as I watched the familiar landmarks slip away. This wasn't the way home. "Wait, what are you doing?" I asked, panic creeping into my voice. "Where are you going?" The cab driver didn't answer, and the car continued to drive further away from my neighborhood. I leaned forward, tapping the back of his seat, trying to get his attention. "What's going on?" I demanded. "Why aren't you taking me home?" For a long moment, the only sound in the car was the faint hum of the engine and the rain beating against the windows. Then, finally, the driver spoke again, his voice quieter than before. "You'll see soon enough," he said, not looking at me but staring straight ahead. "Sometimes it's better not to go back. Trust me." The uncertainty and fear swirling in my stomach only grew as the car drove further away from the familiar streets. I didn't know what was happening, but it was starting to feel like something was terribly wrong. This wasn't just a driver refusing to take me home. This was something else. The road we were on began to narrow, winding through darker, less populated areas of the city. I could barely make out the shapes of the buildings in the dim light, the world outside looking increasingly unfamiliar and strange. I pressed my hand to the door, gripping it tightly as I fought to stay calm. "Stop the car," I said, my voice shaking now. "Please, I don't know where we're going. I need to get out." The driver didn't respond. His eyes remained focused on the road, his hands steady on the wheel. He seemed as if he hadn't heard me. We passed through another turn, and for the first time I realized we were nearing an area I didn't recognize. The lights were sparse, the streets dim and poorly lit. The buildings were older, their windows dark like abandoned structures. I felt a sense of dread crawl up my spine. Something was terribly wrong. I didn't know what it was, but I could feel it in my bones. "Please stop," I repeated, now nearly pleading. "I need to go home. I don't know where we are." The driver slowed the car down and finally turned to face me, his expression unreadable. "I'm not taking you back. Not yet," he said simply. "It's not safe." I felt my hands tremble in my lap, my mind racing, trying to make sense of his words. Why was he doing this? What was he talking about? I wanted to demand more answers, to scream at him to take me home, but I couldn't bring myself to speak again. The fear had paralyzed me. The driver's eyes softened just for a moment. "Don't say I didn't warn you," he said quietly before pulling the car to a stop. He turned off the engine and sat still, the rain tapping gently on the roof of the car. The world outside felt eerily silent, and for the first time I understood. The city felt off. The air felt thick with something I couldn't explain. Something wasn't right, and it had nothing to do with my apartment. I had no choice but to trust the driver. For reasons I couldn't yet understand, my apartment was no longer a safe place to return to. And as much as I wanted to ignore him, to call someone for help and demand to go back, I knew deep down I couldn't. Something told me I had to listen. I had to wait. But to what end, I couldn't say. Story 20. It started slowly, a flicker of light one evening as I was finishing up some work. The digital clock on my bedroom dresser, a cheap model I'd bought on sale, blinked once and reset itself too. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was a glitch, or the batteries were dying. I didn't feel like dealing with it, so I left it alone, assuming it would fix itself. The next day I walked past the clock on my way to the bathroom. It blinked again, resetting itself. My stomach dropped slightly, but I still brushed it off. It could have been something simple, right? The clock had been acting a bit weird lately, but this time I noticed something strange. It reset immediately after I passed it, not just after a few moments of being idle. I shrugged it off, but later that evening, when I returned to my bedroom to go to bed, I stopped at the door, watching the clock. I was curious if it would reset again. Slowly I walked toward it, keeping my eyes fixed on the numbers. Sure enough, as soon as I crossed the threshold, the clock flickered and reset itself too. No delay, no hesitation, just a perfect, timed reset. I stopped, standing in front of the clock now, unsure of what to make of it. I didn't touch it, didn't move anything near it. I took a few steps back, and it reset again. It was like the clock was responding to me. The thought chilled me, and a wave of unease crept over me. The rational part of my mind screamed that it was just a technical issue, maybe the wiring was faulty, or the device was defective. But that part of my mind felt small, drowned out by the sensation that something else was happening. I tried to test it. The next day I walked past the clock slowly, deliberately. I watched it reset as I passed by, and it was the same, no hesitation, no lag, just an immediate reset. I circled back, moving in front of it from different angles, all with the same result. It was as if the clock knew when I was near, like it was reacting to my presence. It became a nightly obsession. Each evening I would test it again, sometimes stopping halfway across the room, staring at it, trying to catch it in the act. Every time it reset, the clock seemed to be waiting for me to approach. I got paranoid. It couldn't be coincidence anymore. I thought I was losing my mind. I started avoiding the bedroom as much as possible, but when I had to go in, I couldn't help but look at the clock. Every time I passed, it flickered and reset itself. I even tried avoiding walking directly past it. I would move around the room, giving it a wide berth, but the second I was close enough, I could see the numbers change too. It was like it knew exactly where I was and when to reset. I couldn't take it anymore. I unplugged the clock and threw it into a drawer, hoping that would solve it. But as I was about to leave the room, the weirdest thing happened. From inside the drawer, I could hear the faintest clicking sound. It was distant, muffled, but unmistakable, almost like it was still running, still resetting. I pulled the drawer open, and to my shock, the clock was plugged in again. The numbers were still stuck at, flickering in that maddening way. I didn't know how it got plugged back in, but I was terrified. I ripped the batteries out and smashed the clock to pieces, throwing the broken bits into the trash. But that night I woke up to hear the same clicking sound, just faintly, like the clock was still there. The noise became louder each night. I could hear it from the other side of the